set?
I'm not, no. Presentation would be helpful. All right. I just kick it off then. Good morning to this expansive audience. It'll be a special presentation for you. As the first speaker here, it's incumbent upon me to set such an impossible high bar that'll be hard for anybody else to match, but it's a pleasure to be here. Thanks to the Future Minerals Forum for the opportunity. I hope you can hear me over the music. I don't know if the music, yeah? Okay, super. Then I'll just ignore it. So my name is Inga Peterson. I'm the Executive Director of the Global Battery Alliance. For those of you who have never heard about us, I think we have been represented at the FMF before, but I have certainly not been here. It's my first time. So the Global Battery Alliance is the global public-private platform to scale and enable a sustainable battery value chain by 2030. We were founded in 2017 as an initiative of the World Economic Forum, and since 2022 have been independently incorporated as a not-for-profit organization in Belgium. A brief recap here of our vision and mission, and that is to establish a circular battery value chain as a major driver to achieve the Paris Agreement targets. Establish a low-carbon economy in the value chain, creating new jobs and adding economic value, especially in mineral-producing countries, and doing all of this while safeguarding human rights and economic development consistent with the SDGs. So one of the key instruments that the Global Battery Alliance has devised and which is gaining momentum is that of the battery passport, the digital product passport for batteries. So this is maybe something you've heard something about. And when I say we, let me just put up here a brief recap of our membership. So one of the key things to note is that the Global Battery Alliance is a multi-stakeholder organization. We are made up of industry, technology partners, academia, not-for-profit organizations, and international finance institutions such as the IFC, as well as Industrial Global Labor Union, for example. So really covering the full end-to-end battery value chain from mining companies, cell manufacturers, OEMs, and recyclers with the wider ecosystem of affected stakeholders along the value chain. We're governed also as a multi-stakeholder organization with equal seats for corporate members and non-corporate members, and that is really important. Because when we look at defining what does good sustainability performance actually look like, it should not just be the industry view, but it should also be reconciled with what does the ecosystem expect of sustainable performance. Since we're at a mining event, I thought it might be helpful to reflect just for a minute on the battery industry, because the battery industry is, of course, one of the main demand drivers for many of the critical minerals that are squarely on the agenda here today, whether that's lithium or cobalt or nickel or others. So if we're looking at the mining industry, a couple of trends to note that have really shaped, especially the last year, is of course geopolitics. So what we're seeing really is a volatile macroeconomic environment and political environment, geopolitical tensions that have reshaped supply chains. We've seen tariffs specifically in the battery industry and on battery components. We've seen a movement towards more strategic autonomy and a decentralization of the battery industry and really that supply diversification, but also an emergence of, or more emphasis on recycling and emergence of new chemistries. So the market share of LFP is gaining a global share, whereas a few years ago, NMC, so cobalt-based batteries, were really squarely driving this market. Another thing to note when we're looking at the global landscape and demand drivers for these critical minerals and battery minerals is to also look specifically at the EV market, which is a key driver. So what we've seen, especially over the last year, is a slowing down of the EV market amid weak incentives and policy uncertainty, specifically in the EU and, of course, in the US. But at the same time, we're seeing the very strong momentum in China and emerging markets. So countries like Nepal or Thailand are seeing rapid uptake of electric mobility. And there's just across the board a severe cost cutting that is affecting these supply chains. The good news for the mining sector is that we're looking at very, very strong global battery demand. In excess of 1 terawatt hours, we're still growing double digit in the industry. We're on a high growth path with estimates still in the range of 15 to 20% annual compound growth range through last year. And one of the key market segments that is also driving this, in addition to EV, is actually stationary storage. So think about large-scale renewable infrastructure, think about data centers that are really looking at storage to overcome intermittency challenges, for example. One of the key drivers of the battery passport has been the EU battery regulation, which will make a battery passport, a digital product passport for batteries, mandatory on the European market by 2027. The Global Battery Alliance was one of the first organizations to conceptualize this idea of a digital product passport for batteries, and I'll speak to that a little bit more. But what we're seeing after this drive and the introduction of the EU BR is actually now this drive towards regulatory simplification in the EU. So of course this adds to further uncertainty where that leaves the sector. There's more emphasis on extended producer responsibility mandates. So these are also targets on, or recycled content targets that they may be retained within domestic markets rather than exporting end-of-life vehicles. And what we're also seeing is more emphasis on standard-based markets. So the recent G7 roadmap for standard-based markets is clearly calling for this as a marker and as a differentiator and as an access barrier. The last point which is relevant is that of traceability. So of course everybody is now speaking about traceability. This was a few years ago still a technology looking for a use case driven much by blockchain technologies, but we're now seeing how this is really moving from a sort of ESG aspiration to the recognition that traceability is becoming more of a hard requirement. And one is that it allows, of course, to show provenance. On the other hand, it also then can provide assurance on whether standards have been met and whether they are verifiable and the credentials can be trusted that are traveling through the value chain. Where does that leave the Global Battery Alliance? So after this big scene setting, a couple of things to note on our organization. So over the past few years, we've really evolved from becoming a coalition of the willing that has sort of defined these concepts and elaborated the demand for more sustainable and transparent battery value chains to a coalition of the doing. So for us, multi-stakeholder dialogue is central. We're the largest multi-stakeholder organization convening over 140 actors. Our mission of scaling a resilient, responsible and circular battery value chain is more relevant than ever before, even though some of the drivers for this have changed. But really with increasing emphasis on this trusted frameworks and assurance. So not all standards are created equal. How can they be made applicable across the value chain, and how can they be made applicable at products that are as complex as batteries? Our core mission of transparency fits extremely well with this drive towards traceability, accountability, and circularity. Because if you think about the use case of digital product passports, rendering actionable information to recyclers, for example, is a key enabler for material recovery and greater circularity. So one of the key spaces that we've tried to create and that we're quite diligently protective of is to catalyze this collective action. I'll speak about that a little bit more as well. So how do we convene actors across the supply chain, not just the mining sector, not just the automotives, but really fostering that cross-value chain collective action to co-design and implement practical solutions. And really enabling first movers to shape these emerging market norms. So all of these 140 members that I just showed to you and that I spoke of are all abiding by our 10 guiding principles that are the North Star for the organization and the Alliance. I won't talk you through all of these. I think maybe the presentations will also be made available or it's on our website. But they're really the operationalization of our 3 core objectives of the circular battery value chain, low carbon economy in the value chain, and sustainable development. The 2 ways in which we seek to achieve that is first of all through our flagship initiative for the Battery Passport. So when I speak about the Battery Passport in the context of the Global Battery Alliance, it's more than just simply a digital product passport. So we consider the digital product passport as the data container through which we seek to deliver sustainability assurance for batteries and issue a sustainability certification for batteries. So you may be familiar with the Forest Stewardship Council, for example, the FSC mark, Marine Stewardship Council. You may know it from the food or better cotton. So we're trying to do that for the infinitely more complex market or product that is batteries. And we also convene a circularity and critical minerals advisory group, but I won't speak to that today. I just want to mention. So in summary, what is the GBA Battery Passport? I already spoke of the digital container, the digital data container that includes data on responsible sourcing, due diligence and risk management, carbon footprint and circularity, and the provenance and traceability of the materials. So it really allows for data to be gathered, verified, scored, aggregated, and critically compared. So how do we create a level playing field? How do we provide a platform for responsible actors to differentiate their products from other products? So really having that one-to-one comparability at the product level to create a market for responsibly sourced products, not just minerals, is really at the heart of the mission here. And then assure that through the sustainability certification. We've not only been talking about this, we've also been doing. I spoke about the GBA becoming a coalition of the doing. So if we look at our work on the Battery Passport, in 2019 we defined this common vision for what it would look like. In 2023 at the World Economic Forum in Davos, we launched the world's first Battery Passport proof of concept to show that this traceability and provenance data can be integrated with consistent and harmonized metrics on sustainability performance, like the battery carbon footprint. 2024, we launched the largest pre-competitive effort by cell manufacturers to report against harmonized metrics. So we had 10 consortia making up a market share of over 80% of EV battery market share, reporting against harmonized metrics. And just last year we published the battery benchmarks, and this is really, if you're taking away one thing, these are the metrics to allow this comparability that define what are the performance expectations for sustainably and responsibly produced batteries, how can we measure it, to now move towards prototype certification that will be launching this year, and there's still much opportunity to participate for any interested companies across the value chain, and then really move into the full rollout of the certification scheme in 2027. If you're interested in the battery benchmark specifically, this has been truly a milestone for the organization and for the sector. So they represent the first ever global metrics to assess due diligence, responsible practices, and they're aimed for procurers, investors, and purchasers of battery products. So the GBA was founded very much with the end consumer in mind that purchases an EV and that wants assurance that their battery is not contributing to adverse impacts, whether that's human rights or forced labor or child labor. But it's really evolved to how do we get actionable insights to the relevant audiences, and there the buyers and procurement departments and investors become much more critical because they hold more collective bargaining power and leverage. So the benchmarks, they've been elaborated with our entire membership, so they don't represent an industry view of itself, but really that 360-degree view of what are labor unions expecting, what are social organizations, NGOs expecting, what are financiers looking for. We're not starting on a blank page with the benchmarks. There's obviously many voluntary standards, sustainability standards already widely applicable in the mining sector, and we're interacting with all of these, or mostly all of these, to create that comparability and that benchmarking possibility, and really be able to create that comparability at the product level. I'll say that again because it's really important. They come along with a data assurance rulebook, as well as a greenhouse gas rulebook. So one of the quantitative metrics of the battery passport is a battery carbon footprint declaration. So how can we measure and assess carbon emissions from extraction through manufacturing to recycling? And the greenhouse gas rulebook sets out a methodology to enable that comparability. And we're looking at launching the full certification in 2027. I talked about applicable standards. For those of you who are working in the standard space and are familiar with it, you see here the categories that are covered, the core due diligence modules, and then environmental components, social and economic, and governance. I think what's interesting here in the context of Riyadh is that for the time being, these performance expectations and standards are very much driven by the downstream. So this is ultimately end markets in the EU looking at what do we want from battery supply chains. But if we're looking at a truly sustainability perspective, how do we more strongly bring in what does good sustainability performance mean for producing countries, mineral producing countries? So in our mapping with our members, elements that you find are also local economic development, responsible sourcing from the artisanal mining sector. All of these are dimensions that don't feature in the EU battery regulation, but that are really critical for mineral producing countries and communities upstream to create a truly sustainable value chain. So we're trying to provide a platform to bring in and harmonize and mainstream these performance expectations as well. And you see there the kinds of standards that we're in partnership with. That includes IRMA, Coppermark, the RMI, and others. I won't go into too much more detail. If there's a question, I'm also happy to take that afterwards. But for those of you who are really the experts on standards, so just another point, because it's really been an important achievement to bring out this consensus-based framework. It's organized according to the OECD Responsible Business Conduct Guidance, so the 6-step framework. You see here an example for pollution, due diligence steps related to pollution, and you see that it's structured in a 3-level approach, where level A, so the first achievement level, is anchored in compliance with the EU battery regulation, so the salient risks that are there. But then you may find leading practices that are being implemented and set out by voluntary standard mapped to level AA or AAA, and the opportunity to then distinguish performance. Don't get scared of this view. Again, I won't talk through every detail, but this is a brief illustration or a simplification of how this data collection works in practice. So you see a simplified battery value chain there with miners and recyclers, smelters, refiners, CAM and PCAM producers, and then the battery cell and pack manufacturers and the economic operators placing batteries into the European market, because for now, the EU battery regulation is the only regulation that has a specific digital product passport mandate for batteries. We don't see that yet in other jurisdictions, even though in China there is a battery ID as well, which looks less at due diligence and more at material and provenance and material recovery. But yeah, you see here in blue the simulated reporting, so these little passports that report, and then in green the verification that would take place by GBA approved verification bodies, and then it can be reported to the constituents that you see on the far right, investors, regulators, stakeholders, and the notified bodies as per the EU battery regulation. I spoke to you about launching operational trials, so we were very excited at our annual meeting just a couple of weeks ago in December to launch this new operational trials where we're really moving from concept to a prototype. So how do we bring out this year the first battery that rolls off a manufacturing line with a QR code and a prototype certification in it. We really want this dry run to collect practical experience of reporting against our benchmarks in the GHG rulebook. It allows companies to test their readiness for the relevant provisions in the EU battery regulation, and also testing this interoperability with leading third-party solution providers and ecosystems. So one partnership that we have entered last year is with the International Trade Center, who are working with us on establishing the underlying data exchange platform. So even companies that are not working with digital solution providers, with battery passport solution providers, will be able to upload reports and change them to really lower the entry barrier and enable, for example, SMEs in the value chains also to participate, because traceability can be a deterrent, or it can be a high entry. So we're really looking forward to creating that strong market credibility through supply chain traceability, transparency, and verify comparable sustainability metrics. I'm deliberately closing a little bit early. I know some of you came late, but if there is a question, I'm happy to take it. It was a lot of information to take in. I'll just pause for a minute, and I think there is roaming mics if you need one. I know it's hard with the music. It's really testing focus. But if there's a question, I'm happy to take it. Thank you. Salim. Say more about circularity. Sorry.
Protocol.
Yeah, so when I spoke about having this holistic vision of what does responsible or a sustainable supply chain actually look like, one of the dimensions that we've settled on is actually circular design. So again, this is one of the dimensions that's not specifically in the regulation, but how do you actually incentivize design for circularity? Because a circular value chain, as you well know, starts way before recycling. So the idea was really, how do you incentivize ease of repair, disassembly, remanufacturing? What is the actionable information that recyclers or remanufacturers need? And we have a draft circular design rulebook that we've tested already in the first round. It is not one of the core dimensions in the EU battery regulation, so in our prototyping certification it will not feature. But we have the draft rulebook, and we're actually looking forward to another iteration as a voluntary reporting option or plug-in to these benchmarks. And we're talking, for example, to Ellen MacArthur Foundation, who are also looking specifically at circular design of battery value chains to really give this a review and mainstream it into the battery benchmarks in the future. Thank you. There's a question in the back.
That's a great presentation.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you your thoughts on the biggest challenges from 2 points of view. One from the market point of view, and second from the organizational point of view that you face.
From the GBA as an organization? Okay.
And also about the market.
From the market, yeah. So I think if I reflect on this for a minute, from the organizational perspective, you saw, I don't know if you were there in the beginning, but you may have seen our diverse membership. So coming up with a consensus on what does good performance look like, where should we anchor mandatory thresholds for certification, how robust should assurance and certification be, is not a battle that you win once, but it's an ongoing process to build this consensus. I think that's probably a shared challenge amongst all multi-stakeholder organizations. But I think that in that struggle is actually where the strength lies, because then when you publish something like the battery benchmarks, this is a consensus that is carried not just by industry and not even just by manufacturers, but really also then mining companies and end users of these certification schemes. When we're looking at market readiness, I think there is a challenge of early adopters, especially in the absence of green premiums really materializing on the market. We're still seeing a market that is close to price parity when it comes to an EV versus an internal combustion engine vehicle. But as of yet, there's no willingness to pay extra for sustainably produced batteries. So we're really emphasizing in all of our work with our members, and I think many know that also intrinsically, that it's not a question of sustainability for sustainability's sake, but it's actually a reflection of how you manage your risks and how resilient is your supply chain. Are you dealing with suppliers that are engaging with local communities, that are conscious of indigenous people's rights, in the vicinity of their operations, that are managing biodiversity risks? Or do you have a supply chain that you have no transparency over, or dealing with suppliers who may not adhere to these standards, which risks disruption and others? So that's why I think I was trying to say that we're really looking at sort of early adopters of this certification scheme, such as international financial institutions. We have the World Bank on our board. We're talking to actors like the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, who want to see this type of assurance and certification, especially when they're investing in stationary storage products. And we're hoping that this uptake, as a sort of must-have for battery products by these early adopters, by these hyperscalers, financial institutions, will then trickle down also into procurement, B2B procurement, and maybe private finance. I think we might have time for a final question, if there is one. Otherwise, I'll thank you very much for your time and attention. And thank you so much and have a great conference.
I know we've got a few more people who are coming along to this presentation, including one of our speakers who's getting mic'd up at the moment. As you probably guessed, the theme that we're talking about at the moment is circular economy, and what does that actually mean? Not just in the world of mining, but in the world round about us, because of course we need all those minerals and metals to make the world go round, and it's incredibly important that we keep as many of them in circulation as possible. So for this next session, we're going to be welcomed by 4 fantastic speakers, and we're going to be discussing the strategies for maximising resource efficiency, both recovering those critical minerals from waste, but also enabling those closed-loop systems. And we're really lucky because we've got a range of speakers. We've got people coming from the far north and the wilds of Norway, all the way through to the fabulous wonder that is Brazil. We have academics, and we have those who run companies as well. So we've got a wide range of individuals. My name is Dr. Sarah Gordon. I run a consultancy called Satala, but I'm also a professor of practice at Imperial College London back in the UK. I started out life as an exploration geologist, but I spend my life now doing both risk management but also sustainability. So I'm really interested to hear what our speakers have to say. So I think we're all mic'd up now. If my 4 wonderful speakers would like to come to the stage. So if you'd like to please give them a round of applause. Let's inject some energy into this room. I know it's Tuesday. I know some of you stepped off planes at 5:05 Saudi Arabia time this morning, or was that just me? Was that 2:30 in the morning? I don't know. Where are we? Who are we? We're talking about circularity. It's all fantastic. So what we're going to do is we're going to work along our panel. And I think perhaps if we start off with Professor Yassine, if I can challenge you to take just 60 seconds to introduce yourself. Now, 60 seconds can be interpreted in many different ways. But what we're going to do is work our way along our row of fabulous speakers. And if each of you can introduce yourself, I will then take control again, and then we're going to work our way along the panel so you can talk about what you've been doing in this world of circularity. So, Professor, if we can start with yourself.
Thank you so much, Sarah, and thank you so much for being here. It's a pleasure to be with you today. I am Yassin Taha. I'm a professor within the University Mohammed VI Polytechnic in Morocco, and I work a lot within the mining industry, and I was trying during like 10 years to create this synergy and symbiosis between the mining industry and the other sectors that are not with the mining sector supply chain. So yes, I define myself as the creator of synergy and symbiosis between the mining sector and other industries.
Fantastic.
Is that good?
That was beautiful, and I think that was almost exactly 60 seconds. Fantastic. So now let's head over to Brazil. And Graziele, would you like to introduce yourself and bring in perhaps the company perspective as well?
Thank you. So good morning, everyone. I'm Graziele Parente. I'm the Executive Vice President of Sustainability for Vale. Vale is the Brazilian international mining company, and I'm delighted to discuss a little bit more about the many initiatives we have today in our Waste to Value program related to circularity. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Gosh, we're being so efficient at the moment. Now to the efficiencies of Norway. Hilde, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is Hilde Tellesbø, and I have a background with extractive metallurgy. I've been working in the industry for several years. I have broad background from industry, and I've held several senior management roles like plant manager, CEO, and so. And I also have a quite broad background from research, more directly. So I have been CEO of a Norwegian Research Institute for the wood industry, and recently I joined the Institute of Energy Technology, for short, IFE, in Norway. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very, very much. And last but by no means least, would you like to introduce yourself today?
Of course. Thank you so much for having me here today. Good morning, everyone. I am Tadeu Carneiro, the Chairman and CEO of Boston Metal. I'm a metals veteran, worked in the mining and metals industry my whole career. I am 129 years old, although I look like I am 85, granted. And I've been with Boston Metal for 10 years now in this journey and building this commercialization of a process to recover value from mineral waste.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. So everyone, if you'd like to give our wonderful speakers a round of applause because they stuck to 60 seconds for their introductions. But today, perhaps if we start with yourself, would you like to give us a bit of an overview as to what are you actually doing with regards to circularity?
Sure. The technology is a very, I'll make it simple, there are more details, but it's pretty much a platform technology where you use an electrolytic cell. You pass electricity through a soup of oxides, and you extract the metals from the least stable oxides in the mixture. So we are currently working with our first industrial plant in Brazil, recovering tin, niobium, and tantalum from tin slags. So it's no need for water, no need for hydrogen, no need for carbon capture. It is one step, feedstock in electricity, and you get your metals and emit oxygen. So that's pretty much what the technology does. We can work the claim to fame, and what's making this a disruptive technology is the fact that you don't need to have high contents of the oxide you want the metal from. So it's 4 to 5% of the oxide you want in the feedstock, you are able to recover your value. The technology is being developed for larger volume, so for low volume, high value metals, it is commercial already. We are finalizing the development for larger volumes, so we will transform Vale's tailing dams in new mines in the future. So.
That's what we like. Just with regards to that, in terms of your feedstocks themselves, so you said that they don't need to be very high quality. You can have 45% of oxide in there. Where are you sourcing that feedstock from?
Well, you have slags and mining waste all over the place in the world.
Yeah.
So it's we have a menu of 200 opportunities today to deploy the technology. We are prioritizing the first 10 for the low volume, high value critical metals to deploy in the next 5 years.
Yeah.
One of them being here in the kingdom. But you know, you can revolutionize mining also, because what happens in mining, you know, those associated with mining know that the most important thing is recovery. And when you get critical metals from the mine, you have to concentrate that as much as you can in order to use the incumbent technology, the conventional technologies. In our case, and in that process, you lose half of your value for different reasons. And with our technology, you focus in getting a pre-concentrate to get most of the recovery, and you can get the metal straight from that pre-concentrate. So what you take, it's the following. With the same amount of ore that you mine, you produce 2 or 3 times more metal at the same cost or less with a lower capex. That's very disruptive.
So in terms of my final question before I come to Hilda, because I also know that she has something to say about tailings as well. In terms of the total volume that can be supplied, so once upon a time I used to work on a niobium mine in Brazil called Catalão.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
And so niobium is a special metal. So with regards to your production, we know that 90% plus of niobium comes from Brazil right now. Where does this fit in? I mean, are we talking something that is comparable to what the mines are producing? Or is it, what's the volume look like?
No, it's very much. As a matter of fact, Catalão is very interested. And there are 3 different lines of waste that they have that can be applied, that our technology can be applied, and they can increase the output because it's becoming more and more difficult for them to get the product, as you probably know. But niobium is not rare, as you know. There are mines all over the place, and this technology will allow the deployment of the mines, because the only thing you need is a pre-concentrate. You don't need to. So it makes economic right away.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Tadeo. Hilda, how about yourself? What have you been working on?
Yeah, IFE works with several aspects with circularity, but in this topic we work with processing of both primary and secondary mineral sources. So I'll first now talk about the primary sources we work with. Primary minerals are only mined once, and since we cannot redo it, we are obliged to utilize as much as possible from the ore. We keep this in mind when we are working with tailings. We are working with several different mining companies. For example, we have developed patents for production of smelter-grade alumina from anorthosite as an alternative to bauxite and bioprocess. And we have a couple of patents in that area. Anorthosite is an aluminium calcium silicate. So at the same time as alumina, you also get silica and calcium carbonate. That will say that you are utilizing almost 100% of your rock and have very little waste. Unfortunately, this is not a normal case when you are working with the minerals. It's more normal that you have like 1 to 2% of your main mineral. This is, for example, the case for another company we work with, Rare Earth Norway, where we develop production processes from what possibly is Europe's largest deposit of rare earths. And we are starting from scratch here, so circularity is included in all steps, from mining to processing of minerals, utilizing of tailings, and finding possible routes for byproducts. In the mining step, there is plan for rice mining with backfilling, using some of the tailings as binder. By doing this, it's possible to take out more of the ore. The process includes as well handling of radioactive materials. And we are also planning to clean and recycle chemicals that we are using, and water as well. To be able to do this, you really need to tailor-make the process to the site, both regarding chemicals, mineral composition, and also geographical location. And regarding geographical location, it's you need to think about that, because the low-cost byproducts need a local off-taker. So the main message for me is the processing of ores need to be more site-specific than we historically have done, and to be able to utilize as much as possible of ore. And that means that we also need more research and development in this area.
Now, I know that you've also been working with solar panels, so then thinking about not just how do you optimize that material that's coming out the ground, and it's so exciting hearing how we can utilize 100% of what that looks like, but taking into account the full context of it. What are you doing with solar panels?
Yes, we work with recycling solar panels and also batteries. And many people think it's easy to recycle, and it really is. Like you just take it, collect it, and then you do some kind of simple process, physical, mechanical thing. But in fact, it's sometimes even more complicated and costly than processing primary minerals. Solar panels is typically collected for recycling after 10 to 20 years of use, and the composition has changed a lot since they were produced, so it's not the same anymore. So you will need, in fact you will need to do the process the same way. It's similar to what you do from a mine. And it also needs to be very flexible processes, because you have to take into account the variance of the composition. So, in fact, we are again talking about totally new processes, and that also need to be tailor-made. For example, we have now developed a method for closed-loop recycling of glass from solar panels to make new solar panels. And it may seem simple, but it's not.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Brilliant. So I love that, looking at all of the different component parts. So we're not just thinking about the rare earth elements or the lithium or the cobalt, etc. We're actually thinking about glass and aluminium, for example, in terms of that recycling as well. Brilliant. How about if we move on to the Vale perspective? And so again, this is through a different lens. What's Vale up to in this space?
Well, thank you. Well, I would like to start first that why we do circularity. You know, circularity is a pillar of the sustainability broader agenda. And in the beginning of sustainability, people say, well, what's sustainability? Oh, it's doing more with less. So in a way, we could, copy-paste this and talk about circularity specific. So how we are able to make more in a mining company using less or spending less or making faster. So we had 150 different initiatives that these years, and then we combined everything under an umbrella, a program called Waste to Value. And so what we do there, we start looking at the old tailings that we have. So if you have an ambition of being zero tailings, zero waste, carbon neutral, so how we are able to look to the past and look to the present and finding on the tailings that we have today what we can do different. So in the past, the lower iron ore grades were considering a waste and not really a product. So when we look to the tailings that we have, many of them have iron ores that are current the standard that we have today. So there is money on it. So we started this program in 2024. This year, last year we just began the new year. So 2025, we did almost 20 million tons of new remining on the old tailings, bringing new iron ore for the market. And our expectation is that in 2030, we're going to be doing around 10% of our production coming from circularity, which is a meaningful thing. And it's not just about iron ore, but we have a lot of byproducts coming from it. So we are talking about sand, we are talking about green cement, and we have also combined with our venture group here to see what are the businesses that we have there. And we have been kicking off some of them in partnership. Nowadays in the region, in the central region of Brazil where Vale was created, we are the largest player on the sand market. So, and working very close with construction. So, and also bringing people that really understand what we are talking about and developing new business. Of course, it's not the size of the iron ore, but there are things that we really understand that has a lot to do with our strategy. And so I think this is a meaningful thing. And just to give an example, so when we talk about 10% of our production, we are saving energy that is around 100,000 homes in Brazil for a year. It's meaningful. So we are saving area, because we don't need to expand to new areas. We are saving energy. We are creating new business, and has everything to do with our strategy. As I said, zero tailing, zero waste, and carbon neutral.
Congratulations, because I think, that 10% of production with regards to Vale, that is huge in terms of that shift that's there. Maybe building on something that Hilde said about needing the local context. So when you're extracting, say, for example, the sand, those other byproducts, are you mainly selling them very close to where they're coming out the ground? Or, Vale has an infrastructure in terms of railway lines, etc. Are you making use of those as well? Or where does the context and the geographical context come in?
It's a very important thing. In the case of specific, the sand has to be local.
Yeah.
Because the transportation is a meaningful cost on that.
Yeah.
So, and there is not, so depending on the tailing, you have one thing. You go to another tailing, you have another thing. So we are mainly in two different regions of Brazil. So when we are talking about the center of Brazil is one thing. When we're going to the north, where we have our main operations, there is a different kind of product. But yes, has to be made local. And this is the kind of investment. So for instance, for the green cement, so we are building a plant close by. So it has to have this the same strategic thinking about logistics that we have for our business, we have to have for it.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Brilliant. So perhaps if we finish off with our professor who's sitting here. Now we've got 3 different organizations who are making circularity and that maximizing of our resources. They're actually out there doing it. What does academia bring to the table? And I say that in a slightly humorous manner because I too am partly an academic. So what does academia bring?
Thank you so much. And I think before giving an answer to this question, I will have maybe to talk about the problem of mining industry that we are trying here when we talk about circularity to make it not a problem but an opportunity. So this is the main goal. So when we talk about mining industry, the big problem is the huge amount of waste that is produced. And when we talk about waste, we talk about waste rock, we talk about tailings, sludge, and many other things that are produced. And it can even go to slags later on in the process. And the amount of this is just huge. And now the mining industry is trying to go back to the circularity. Why? Because of the image and like to get this kind of a very green and eco-industry and so on, because of tailings failure in the history. So we're trying to transform that into a solutions instead of being trapped in the frustration of managing a tailing storage facility. And now they are trying to go into the other applications and uses. The problem is that when you go to the mining industry, they know what they are doing. They know how to extract the minerals and metals. They know how to transform it and to get the metals and so on. But once you will talk with them to use their materials, either waste rock or tailings or any other material in another industry, at that time, there is a kind of knowledge and expertise. You have the mining industry that has an expertise, and you have the other industries they don't know about the presence of those mining industries and the presence of those kind of waste rock and tailings and waste. And for us as academia, what we are trying here to do is like to go to the mining industry and to help to understand what is the waste, what are their characteristics, components, and so on, and to try to understand all of this so you can find the other industries that will come to consume that material that is produced by the mining industry. And at that time, you have the mining industry producing metals or minerals, and you have the others. If I take the example of construction sector like sand, they know their sand. They don't want to have any other sand. If you go to the tailings, and I think Vali will agree with this, the particle size is different, the texture of the particles are different, and so on. So, and you have some impurities, and there you will need some people that will understand what are the standards of the construction sector, and someone who's going to understand the mining industry, how is it working. So you will come to bridge this gap between both, between the mining industry and the other sectors. And the construction sector is the only sector that consumes, if under some conditions, the totality of the waste that is produced by the mining industry. Why? If we have a look on the annual production of waste that is produced by the mining industry, we are talking in billions of tons per year. And at the same time, you have the construction industry that is consuming the same amount of material. So here, instead of the construction industry going to open new quarries, to go to look for those aggregates, sand and everything, you have someone that are already producing them, and they are just stocking them somewhere, and it's a lot of costs of management. So here, if we can bring those together, those two industries together to create this synergy, that's going to be a really a kind of a jackpot. And the other thing is, when we talk about circularity in the whole supply chain, what we found that a lot of investments of circularity goes to the only 1% that is produced by the mining industry in the downstream, like metals and everything. Once they are used in products like computers, like phones, and everything, it's over there where we put a lot of investment to go to look for those metals using very energy-intensive processes. But what we forget is like the 99% of the material that is also produced by the mining industry, and the investments over there are very small. So here, it is very important not to consider, when we talk about circularity, it's not the recycling of metals that are already in the products, but you have to have a look also to the waste rock, tailing sludge that is produced in the upstream, and to try to design out the waste in a way that is going to be consumed by another industry which is local, but at that time it will depend on the price of the material. Like sand, you cannot send it very far, but you can send it locally. But if you have some other elements that have a high value at that time, this is something that can go really like very far in the frontiers.
So what we're looking for is that system of organizations of different companies who can work together, really leveraging their expertise, which is fantastic. Now, I'm acutely aware of time, but one final question to each of you. If you had a magic wand and you could change anything, what would you change or what would you get working? And we're going to go quickly through this. I'm going to start with our professor first and we'll go back along the line.
Yeah. Well, for me, I think it's the most important thing is to have standards like ISO standards or other things that will help to optimize those resources. And currently, we are working with a colleague from Australia, Artem Golev, to produce a new standard about valuing value of discarded natural materials in mining. This is a new standard that will be produced by 2027, and this is something that is very important to help industry, mining industry and others to have a look to those materials. And the other thing is the creation of those eco-industries that will be in between the mining industry and the other application sectors.
Thank you very much, Professor Yassin.
Thank you.
One thing that we have been working is to collaborate in standards, so like Professor said. And we have partnering with World Business Council, and Vale is leading the mining pillar for that. So how we are able we just signed in the last COP, the Global Circularity Protocol. And so this will be able to give more visibility to this thing, not like a side thing, but a very core and important avenue for us to pursue on that. So I would say that continue on this and work on these standards and give visibility for it and to stimulate the industry to move faster on this.
Fantastic, thank you. Hilde?
Yeah, I've already said it. Is it working or?
Yeah, there you go.
It's to tailor-made processes to be able to have as much as possible out. That's an important message. But I would also like to mention something I haven't said yet, anything about, and that I also think there is a lot to find to use more statistic in process control and to increase the output. There's a lot of possibilities there.
Brilliant, thank you very much. And last, but by no means least.
Well, I think what I would love to change is the perception that the general public has about miners. Everything either comes from mining or from agriculture. So and the perception that a miner is a liar who digs a hole, like Mark Twain used to say, is completely wrong today. You have to do by the book, and you have to behave yourself very much in order to mine today. And no mining, no life. I mean, it's as simple as that. So change that perception that the miners are crazy people. Maybe. So it is a must. So.
Fantastic. And yes, in terms of that perception, that is something that we need to continuously work on by delivering on what we're promising to do. So with that, everybody, please put your hands together for our wonderful panel, really looking at circular economy. Thank you very much. And I will hand over to the next moderator.
It's on? Start now? Yeah.
I want to take a shot for you, just like this.
Yes.
Like you speak.
Okay. And we are discussing these topics together with you. Huh?
Just move it from this to this.
Okay,
like
okay.
You speak.
Okay, okay, okay.
From this
With this hand? Good morning. Hello. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Glad to be here. It's a privilege to be here at the Future Minerals Forum. I'm Shah Karim, CEO of SafeRock, which is a strategy and technology firm. I also have the privilege of having served on the Board of Governors of Yale University, Innovation Fellow at Columbia University, and at the Pritzker School of Molecular Engineering at the University of Chicago. There is deep interest on the part of industry, government, and civil society to discuss the future of critical minerals, which is identified as a $2.5 trillion potential for Saudi. This session is part of a continuing dialogue with sector-specific companies, trading partners, and emerging markets and nations. Today, at the Future Minerals Forum Knowledge Exchange, I will touch upon 3 items: the landscape, the changing landscape for critical minerals, particularly from management's point of view, AI and operational excellence, and call to action for US Saudi investments. For example, lithium is a critical mineral often called the white gold of energy transition. And this has use cases for the mobility sector, for the power sector, and for energy storage. The supply chain for lithium extends from brine extraction using pots and pans to hard rock mining, and then on to innovative technologies such as direct lithium extraction, or DLE. The challenges include global supply chain, policy, and fiduciary responsibilities, along with financial and supply chain considerations. Now, this one simple item serves as a template for discussion on scarce resources and critical minerals. And for example, the person who spoke earlier on batteries, there's copper, aluminum, cobalt, nickel, manganese, graphite, and rare earths involved just with that one simple element of battery development. Now, in terms of management, management needs to discuss these along with capital allocation and business risks. And FMF, in an astute way, brings together leadership for governments and corporations, public-private and academic partnerships on mining, discovery, and the new entrant on the block, artificial intelligence. And this is valuable because our world is now highly interconnected, where risk is more pronounced than ever. And the opportunity in this, for example, for AI, is that it can be transformative, it can redefine marketing extraction, refining, energy use, and infrastructure. As a backdrop, as an introduction, it was a privilege for me to see Minister Al-Faleh as he led the outstanding program at the Saudi-US Investment Forum in Riyadh on the 13th of May and in Washington, D.C. on November 19th. His Excellency Prince Abdulaziz, the Energy Minister, was also present leading the discussions, as was Minister Al-Khuraif, Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources of Saudi. Now, in my opinion, these programs were truly amazing in bringing together leaders for a purposeful alignment of national, security, and investment interests. For Saudi, some of these principles have been embodied in their national investment strategy from MISA. And we recognize the excellent progress with respect to the stated goals, and three key components within the national investment strategy are building industrial resilience, becoming an integrated regional manufacturing hub, and expanding global leadership in select segments. And in particular for mining, what's mentioned there are aluminum, copper, and titanium as part of the larger puzzle. As I said, we recognize the excellent progress with respect to the stated goals, but in this spirit, we also realize there are complex issues to be addressed, and many things remain to be done. So this is why I'm touching lightly upon three topics. One are the challenges that management faces. So it's not just about critical minerals, because that's just a product, but how do you embody those into industry and create value out of it? Second, as I said, operational improvement through AI excellence. And third, mobilizing public-private partnerships, capital efficiency, and investments for the US-Saudi perspective. Management's changing landscape. The present challenge is that companies need profits and markets need stability. Free market prices match up supply and demand, so you have a clearing mechanism. And from the social side, people need quality of life to be preserved. And we know that these are challenges for the sector. On the basics, management wants to know which markets are growing, where are we weak, how can we better manage risk through these challenging times. Companies want greater clarity, management wants to look around the corner, and businesses want to win in every market. So the new kid on the block, AI, can help harness and support management through this in a fact-based way to minimize risk, to ensure that capital investments are adequate while also factoring in shareholder needs. Innovation, increase stability for markets and supply chain. And these are all possible, but there are side effects in terms of sustainability, which, as the panel before addressed, and also the first one, in terms of the Global Battery Alliance, there are side effects in terms of sustainability due to pollution in air, water, and solids. And touching upon that, we know that we do need to have prices on carbon so that markets can be stable and have a floor to the contracts that enable market clearing. Now, addressing the sustainability challenge also requires bringing together different disciplines, unifying them, such as material science, life science, energy connected by fundamental chemistry via industrial and manufacturing sectors. Now, to create greater company value, executive teams have to strengthen culture and leadership. They have to ensure a seamless connectivity between teams, customers, and supply chain partners. Management teams must be able to look around the corner and establish clarity on growth plans while keeping both the customer value proposition and the company's financial runway in mind. Now, I believe that operational and digital excellence deliver a strong win for management. And some questions to consider are, how do I go about operational restructuring and cost reduction? Can AI, for instance, help me better understand in greater detail and with greater foresight the demand and supply by market? Can AI strengthen my supply chain and manufacturing? Will AI enable a direct line of sight to my customer? I would like to describe a couple of case studies where we have applied this in the chemicals and in the energy sector, and I'll address the work that we've done in this area as a light example of what can be done comfortably and predictably. So as a case study for a client in the chemical sector, management was whipsawed by the mismatch between supply and demand cycles. And the challenge was how to better predict and manage supply and demand. And what we did is we tackled the forecast model via 3 separate demand analysis components, one for the short run, one for the medium run, and one for the longer run, applying different tools to each part so that the end result was to enable different parts of the organization to align and solve the challenges that were in front of them. The overall output was to improve capital allocation and reduce risk across the company. A second one, which is a very interesting example from the fracking area, for a global energy company involved in fracking in the Eagle Ford Basin, one of the 3 major basins in the Texas area. The company wanted to improve its budget allocation because they regularly had cost overruns, spike above and down. And they weren't making money in those areas because they weren't making decisions backed up by data. Instead, they were making decisions based on emotion, and whoever had the loudest voice in the room would win. So there were 8 different business units, and the chief geologist or lead scientist would make the final call as to what the predicted product output was going to be. But you know, human nature, when you have bigger numbers and a bigger field, you tend to be a little bit more conservative so that you're not going to be wrong on a larger bet. By using analytics to sort of analyze and clear and make everything on a standard basis, we understood that management wanted to improve shareholder value and apply more fact-based decisions. So instead of having 8 models, we extended it to 12,000 models, even though that was a difficult thing to do, but then we were able to model for each well individually, which led to more efficient production forecasts. And the new model was 76% more accurate than Wall Street analysts. And it led management to be more focused and successful. Moving to the topic of AI. Now you see I'm going back and forth because I can't possibly memorize anything more than a few paragraphs nowadays. At this age, we have teleprompters and things like that, but I still go with the old-fashioned paper way, and I appreciate your understanding of this. So opportunity for AI to improve operational outcomes. Okay, so this is really interesting stuff for me, and perhaps I can share some of my interest and excitement about this. One thing we've seen over time is that AI is very good. It can find patterns within complexity. So I'm not talking about LLMs, large language models, and ChatGPT, which is all the rage now. where they're looking for artificial general intelligence, where they're talking about people, processes that think like human beings. I'm talking about applied AI, which goes to the processes in a company, goes to science, and improves outcomes on an incremental basis, not trying to do language work. Those things are great, but this is beneficial for business impact. Looking at large historic databases, we've seen time and time again that AI can spot hidden patterns and predict most likely outcomes of things as diverse as chemical reactions, chemistries, novel material discovery, and innovative solutions. So strengthening the R&D process, lending true value to our outcomes. Now, similarly, taking that ability to discern patterns within complexity, AI can better predict supply chain risks. It can help optimize inventory with relative ease. It can release working capital from the financial point of view, reduce the safety stock needed to ensure supply, and improve sales forecasts by segmentation and zones. And AI improves business operations through better data analysis, greater maintenance, predictive maintenance, environmental health and safety standards, and more reliable systems. When we work, we call this tightening the leaky faucets. Save the pennies at all different parts of the cycle, and in the end it turns out to be significant because you can take those savings and apply those to growth. Now, this is a sweet spot for us and other people where we engage in businesses to improve outcomes for our clients. And at SafeRock, we worked with private equity, Fortune 50 companies, together to create greater value and improve more stable outcomes. But at the same time, in fundamental R&D, in research processes, we've had the opportunity to look at this. And in terms of sustainability, that we will be describing here, working across the entire supply chain to reduce energy use and carbon intensity, give standards and KPIs that make it possible for businesses to do better. It can, for example, lengthen the lifespan and longevity of every component and every step in the process. In terms of R&D, this requires fundamental science to provide the power to and combine together material science, life science, chemistry, industrial, and manufacturing processes. Now, in my personal experience, deep advances in science are done through the entities that I'm familiar with, such as NASA, Yale, University of Chicago, the Department of Energy in the US, its national labs, particularly Argonne, Lawrence Livermore, and NREL, which work on material science and improving this. And it's also a privilege that at the American Chemical Society, I am a co-chair of their global sustainability program. The challenges that we're looking at are physical challenges with effluents and climate change, financial challenges with stranded assets, fragility and contagion, and systematic challenges having to do with dynamics, turbulence, and time dependencies. So I'm moving over to the call to action. And please, happy to have any discussion on this later on because I truly believe in these issues. At the company level, you have to form a team that brings together creative, financial, operational, and organizational experience. You have to see the rock face of reality up close and personal, and gather the facts, provide different points of view, and ensure diversity in thinking, because this matters for better decision making. At the company level, we must move forward and have a bias towards action with clear thinking and data-driven decisions. And certainly in this situation, AI drives this with greater certainty and less risk. At the governmental level, or G2G, building bridges become necessary bringing together different points of view, creating harmony so that eventually one can ensure compliance, ensure that the bright red lines of health and safety are not crossed, and that governance is provided to improve lives and ensure stability. And from the operational point of view, one can harness AI and analytics driven by machine learning to give clarity on risk, look around the corner, prevent capital losses for your organization or financial sponsors, as well as the governing entities such as state organizations. So for continued discussion at FMF, this one and future ones, between companies and governments, for public-private partnerships, I would like to distill down to these suggestions for discussion and thought. One, we need to explore in the context of Saudi, because we're here, so just in that particular context, where does it see the priorities in order in the mining space? Especially within their three pillars. One, of domestic mining, specifically bringing in more international investment as a priority. Second, in refining for minerals and metals. And third, in terms of outbound investment in mining, which could be at a corporate level, but most interestingly, it could be in terms of research and development, R&D, to foster that and bring it back to the nation. Now, within these priorities, greater clarity is desired on, one, financial structures and incentives that can ensure that companies make fiduciary decisions that balance risk, responsibility, and returns. And second, specifically in the space of refining, how would they plan to support the market to develop rapidly if, for example, the PRC already has the capacity and a cost advantage? In summary, ladies and gentlemen, I hope this strengthens our resolve towards action. The platform of FMF helps to assess and tackle these business issues. And let's hope that this FMF enables us to work closer together to improve our world, our companies, and lay the groundwork for a better future. Thank you. If there's any questions or anything like that, you can always come up to me afterwards and speak. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I hope you have a wonderful FMF.
but this is like.
Yeah, but if you want, I can put a chair on the table for you. If you're in
No, I don't prefer. I like this, but I just want something to. Do you have some boxes? Thank you. That's good.
Would you like to remove your
Hopefully
shoes?
I don't fall.
That's
Yes.
what I was going to say.
Yeah. And it's glass.
Of course.
They won't break if I go on top
not
of
at
it?
all, ma'am.
Are you sure?
Absolutely. It's solid. Is it better for you? Is it okay? Are you sure?
Just make sure I don't fall.
I'm here in case. Okay, I'll stand around here.
Thank you. You have to see the backstage here. I'm standing on a bottle of water. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you hear me really or not, but it's a pleasure to be here today. I would like to first start by thanking the Future Minerals Forum for inviting me. It's a very pleasure to be here. So the topic that I'm speaking today is building trusted and reliable mineral corridors that can sustain market transparency. And we are going to discuss that. How could Saudi Arabia play a role in these corridors of transparent markets? I'd like to start by recognizing the fact that it was in FMF itself that a new concept in energy security born. So for me as an energy security strategist, the concept of energy security starts by when Churchill decided to change the fuel of the British Navy from coal to oil. And since then, oil became a strategic commodity that the energy security was pretty much reliability and uninterrupted supply of oil at affordable price. But back in 2023, it was the first leader, His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, the Saudi energy minister, that he introduced a new concept into the energy security. And that was the energy security is not anymore about oil, but it's about minerals. And a year after that, in 2024, he specifically at FMF described the concept and elaborated more on why critical minerals are critical for energy security and a core fundamentals of energy security. So if you want to look at the elements that I'm just quoting based on his speech and very interesting new dynamics that we have is that when we look at the energy market, oil, gas, and different types of energy, we have multiple suppliers and we have multiple supply sources. However, when it comes to critical minerals, the diversity of suppliers and also resources are much more limited in compared to oil or other energy sources. However, now we know that in terms of technological applications, critical minerals are very important for a lot of energy applications that could be from solar farms to wind turbines, but also electrification. So something that is very important if a commodity like critical minerals is not just a commodity, but a strategic asset that is directly correlated with national security. So a transparent market is essential for all the global users to make sure that they have access to a fair pricing. So looking at the OPEC mineral system, when it comes to critical minerals, the extraction is concentrated often in very limited countries. With very limited countries have the ownership of these resources, and also extracting and processing the resources. So when we look at the flow of minerals, comparing it to flow of oil, for instance, we have a really invisible flows, because it's very hard to track how these processed minerals or even raw ore are being transferred because of very limited suppliers in the market. What we had historically, and this can be repeated again, are price shocks. The rapid price shocks that we see in the mineral in terms of comparing the commodities of critical minerals with energy, this price volatility in minerals is much more significant. So the price spikes that we had, and in fact, I would like to give a shout out to the participants of the course that we are having here on critical mineral and energy security. Yesterday we had all these discussions that how throughout the history, certain players, by dumping the prices, discouraged investment, or by increasing the prices, insert certain tools of statecraft. That is the state of the OPEC minerals, while at the same time the importance of them is increasing. So how could this trusted hub being built? Definitely what we could look is to have a platform or a system of governance for minerals. We can just make an examples of different commodities that they have certain governance system to look at various important factors when it comes to supply chain. My favorite one to start is ethical licensing. There are many discussions that a lot of these mines, particularly in Africa and Latin America, which are heavily concentrated, let's say the cobalt from Democratic Republic of Congo, the supply chain is not necessarily ethically approved or based on international standards in terms of minimum wages, the safety, certainty and safety of the workers. But how could we have guaranteed this licensing of the whole supply chain, that the batteries that we are using in our phones and watches or cars, or even at higher industrial scales, are ethically licensed? The other important factor that this platform could look into is market data production. We don't have any resources or any reputed center that could look into producing data that are looking into the minerals market fundamentals. There are scattered data, but we don't have a unified platform, let's say, for instance, like IEA or EIA or OPEC, that they're producing this data that helps the market transparency to look into the fundamentals of the market, both supply and demand visibility. One of the aspects of resilience, if we wanted to expand the resilience for mineral security, is to expand and diversify the resources. So as of now, most of the largest player in the room is China, with having majority of ownership of the mines, with processing capacity and also extraction. So if we wanted to create diversity, how could we create that diversity for the times of shocks and volatility? Definitely stockpiling and swapping would be one factor. But that platform of that trusted hub could create a platform of having an access to real-time storages and potentials for swapping those minerals. And of course, the final and most important part would be the constant, continuous dialogue, something that we have, let's say, at FMF and multiple conferences, but something more centralized that the member countries could gather and look into regulations, coordinate that with industries, and then look into the financial systems. So looking into not how we could look into stability for a scarce resources. Looking into Saudi Arabia is a perfect and excellent example, and that could play as a trusted anchor. Saudi Arabia's starting with being friend with everybody, all the partners, and being able to, through the trust and reliability channels that have had throughout, let's say, the long history of energy supplies, they could play the similar role for creating this or hosting or having this platform. I do apologize for my pauses. It's extremely distracting, all the noise here, so I keep losing my thought process. So I apologize for that. It's extremely noisy, so I hope you hear what I hear. It's just not sitting politely looking at me and not hearing anything. I do hope that you're really hearing something. So Saudi Arabia has a proven market stewardship record of being reliable, trusted source. Saudi's OPEC leadership, the supply reliability, and also the times of crisis management, the credibility and long-term stability that it has. The other thing is that obviously Saudi Arabia could be a perfect neutral player that has perfect relation with every actor, every member in the room, and is trusted by every actors and players. The other thing is that if we wanted to look into Saudi Arabia, potentially looking into processing hub, Saudi Arabia has an advantage of both the capital advantage and also low-cost energy, which is crucial for processing, for extraction. So looking in Saudi Arabia, what is fascinating is not just Saudis producing the lowest cost energy, but lowest cost renewable and green energy is produced in Saudi Arabia. So make it a perfect hub for all players that, let's say, if they wanted to create that processing hub, those that they're looking for low priced energy, but also those partners, let's say European, that are interested in more, let's say, lower carbon or clean energy facilities. So we could really look into the potentials that there is here in Saudi Arabia to create that platform that brings members together, look into those discussions, not in the disconnected, but a joint, connected and more effective dialogue between the leaders and industry. Creating those financial systems around we already having certain regional and global financial systems for mining, extractions, and refining, but having that in a more unified way. But most importantly, going back to the discussion that as an energy security strategist, I quoted His Royal Highness first at the beginning. I want to quote another important factor that he said. And he said that data and transparency of data are important component of energy security. And that's truly important, because if we don't have a transparent market, that members don't have access to the market fundamentals of what is supply and what is demand, it's going to be very tricky. We could easily lose that leverage that, let's say, we have had in oil market, gas market, that we have a global access to that market fundamental in terms of data, having one or two major players dominating the market and then dictating the prices. So this is, I think, just wrapping up everything. Again, with all this noise, I hope that it was an effective presentation. Building an effective governance platform and system for material security is crucial, and Saudi Arabia is positioned in a perfect both geographical location, historical role, and trust that everyone and all the members have to this country, alongside with all the other low-cost energy they're producing and the diversity that they have in their system to act as the host for this platform. So I'm going to stop here, and if there's any question, I'll be more than happy to address the question. Thank you. Thank you. No question? Okay, it was a pleasure. Thank you so much. On the water platform. Do you want we should take it. Thank you so much.
Okay, welcome everyone to the panel that's entitled, What Does Best Practice Look Like in Sustainable Mine Water Management? And within this panel, we'll be focusing on water use, treatment methods, and water stewardship. But I think we'll go a bit beyond that, because when we think of sustainable mine water management, we have to think of the entire ecosystem in which the mineral supply chain operates and the evident risks that our climate presents to not only mining, but to water in itself. And we're in a region where water is at the heart of industry. But before we delve right into the conversation, because we'll have a conversation about this, I'd be remiss to lack introductions. So maybe I'll start by introducing myself. My name is Stacey Hope. I'm a partner at a sustainability consultancy firm called ERM, and I'm the former managing director of a little organization called Women in Mining UK. But I'm not the star of the show. These three gents are. I'm the female representative. So maybe I'll start with introducing our distinguished panelists. So first we have Carlos Cardonel, who is the Senior Vice President and General Manager of Basic Industries for Nalco Water, which is an Ecolab company. Then we have John Cleland, who is the Technical Director of Geoscience and Mining for KAUST Beacon Development, a nice little innovation consultancy hub from KAUST University. And then last but not least, we have Florian Mills, who is the Sales Director of Techno Products and Mobile Water and Integrated Services, focusing on the Middle East and Africa, so you're in the right place, for Veolia. So welcome, gents. And because we only have half an hour, I think we'll dive right in. And maybe let's set the scene, because yes, we're talking about what best practice looks like, but best practice against what? So first, let's create some context in terms of what are the complexities that we're facing in order to even start having a conversation about best practice. And I think, Florian, your remit is very broad. It's not industry specific, it's very industry agnostic. So I'd love to start with you in terms of painting this more global picture of what are some of the complexities that Veolia is seeing at the moment.
Okay. So first of all, thanks for the nice introduction, Stacey. I'm sure you are the star of the show, no matter what the gentlemen have to say. But let's go into a bit in the details. So I think, like, if you look at water management in general, globally, in no matter if it's a municipal aspect, if it's a industry, if it's mining, if it's oil and gas, no matter what it is, to go into sustainability, probably the biggest challenge is that it's a very dynamic field still. So what was sustainable maybe 25, 30 years ago is not sustainable today. So I think the main question is how to keep your asset running as profitable as possible, because you still have your KPIs to follow, you have your business to achieve, etc., in mining and oil and gas, etc. On the other side, to meet environmental regulations and then compliances. And how do you build your water facilities, your water management plan in a future-proof environment? I think that's the biggest challenge I see at the moment. When you go into mining in particular, a bit deeper, of course, there's a massive freshwater need at the end for every mine across the globe. And to go from a massive demand to treat it in a way to become a circular environment, a circular management, I think it's a very complex question to go for. But there's a lot of possibilities as well and a lot of potential to do this in the right way.
And maybe, because you brought up mining, of course that's what we're here for, maybe just moving to you, John, and thinking of not just the Saudi context, but what you're working on at KAUST at the moment, in terms of the challenges that you're trying to solve for, right? You're solving for X, and right now the problem or the issue is water management. And what are some of the complexities that not only that you're seeing, but let's really focus on the mining sector?
So firstly, thanks very much for the introduction and for such an interesting question as well. And salam alaikum. So very nice to be here. From if you don't measure it, you can't manage it. And I'd say that that's probably one of the core issues or aspects that needs to be better approached within the mining industry overall. So how do you put a value that isn't just money on water? That's an issue. It's a very complex system. So, just like what Florian was saying, you can have all the systems that you want on a mine site for your processing, what water you're using. You can even use less water in processing, but unless you actually have a good amount of data for your site at a baseline level, you can't really demonstrate value. So if you're going to invest in better water management systems on site, you've got to understand CapEx and OpEx, fine, but again, financially you have to be able to demonstrate that return on investment. So how do you put a number against something which isn't just about how much you're spending on a litre of water? So therein lies a fairly significant hurdle to jump over, and it isn't just a Saudi issue. This is international. Anywhere there's a mine, they understand sort of the value of water, but it becomes a bit of a grey area, and I think that's what we need to focus on, is bridging that gap so that mining is investing in water management in a far more proactive way because they can see the genuine value of it. That's where I see it.
And Carlos, would you say that's probably the biggest challenge that we're seeing, or?
Yeah, so I mean, I'll expand on it. When I think of the mining industry, and I've been in it for almost 35 years now, so it's really all that I know. One of the very unique challenges of the mining industry is that we start with a raw material that is incredibly variable and incredibly hard to describe. When you're deciding to invest all this capital, you've gone out and you've drilled and you kind of think you know what's in the ground, but you don't know until you start pulling it out of the ground. So there's an incredible amount of variability in that. In addition, the product that they produce and sell, they generally don't set the price of. So unlike many industries, and look, most industries will say we don't set a price either, but in the true commodity industries, it's a global market. So you're competing against people that may have an advantage against you, right? So that's one piece of it. On the other end is we are very far from a consumer. So for example, I think of my kids who are in their late 20s and early 30s. They want to know the water and carbon footprint of the products that they buy. They want to know that Ford is being responsible with the water when they're painting a car that they're going to buy, and they will make a choice about what they're going to buy based on that. Nobody chooses where they buy their copper concentrate from, or aluminum oxide or phosphate, correct? So the mining company is stuck between something very variable that they can't control, a selling price that they can't control, and a massive investment that's required to be a good steward of water. So they're really in a very difficult position when all of these things come into play. So that's just kind of my take. It's a very difficult dynamic for mining companies to operate in.
And I see our fellow panelists nodding. Anything that jumps out, Florian?
Well, I think you've mentioned basically the fundamental issues, but on the other side, let's not forget there's a lot of technology, there's a lot of potential as well to make it better in the future. Of course,
my kids as well, they're a bit younger, but they're already looking into like where the product's coming from, what is in the products, etc. So they want to understand a bit of the sustainable impact. But especially in mining, it gets very complex at the end. So there's, every ore is different, every mining site is fundamentally different. There's mines in Canada, there's some in Latin America, there's others in Saudi now. So every project, every mine needs to be treated independently. But I think every mine has as well a potential to do this right at the end, but you need the right partner in Hansa to plan for sustainable water management at the end.
And there's something to be said about mining in Saudi versus mining in, dare I say, Venezuela. That's the tip of front of mind at the moment. And I'm thinking more of the climatic environment, right? So we're in a very arid region. There are certain complexities that we don't see in the Amazon, right? Yep. Especially when it comes to water security on the one hand, but then we have desalination issues. And then we have another conversation around, do we need to even use water, right? How do we work around those? So maybe turning back to you, John, to paint a picture of the water discourse here in the region and in Saudi.
Okay, so Saudi is arid, as you say, but it does rain here, and when it does, at a mine level, good water management is important. Okay, and it's the same worldwide. Some countries do it better than others, but good water management considers the whole water the whole water cycle, right? So when you've got treatment systems on site, so such as Veolia, you've got to think about everything that's happening on your mine site. All right. So when it rains, you want to be able to try and capture it. You want to try and reduce the amount it's going to evaporate when it's not raining. You want to put that into your process. But more often than not, certainly I'm seeing a lot in Kingdom where that isn't necessarily happening as much as it could. So good rainfall management is important, right? So let's capture what falls from the heavens. Now, water generally, treating water, it's seen as a bit of a byproduct. It's something that they've just got to deal with, right? Rather than thinking about how they can incorporate it into their overall process. And it's just something else for them to manage and deal with. So there's a tendency towards siloing water on site, and again, that creates an issue. So they're going to deal with the water in the camp one way, they're going to deal with the water that's coming out of the tailings in another way, and not necessarily think about it collectively. That's not necessarily just the Kingdom issue. That happens on more than just here. So it's not I'm not saying that the Kingdom doesn't do it right. It's just the way things happen. And collectively, I think we've got to be encouraging a far more holistic approach to water management on site, where we're using existing and new technologies to improve water treatment, to improve the retention of water on site so that we're not losing it, and everything from dust suppression through to use in the process. Are there better ways of us to do it? Are we just using water because we don't see value in it? It's just used, and let's spray a whole bunch of water on the ground to stop dust being generated. It might work for about an hour, and then it just gets dusty again. So are there better ways of us doing things? So let's look at water as far more than just a dollar sign on a bit of paper. It has far more value than that.
Yeah, and Carlos, your response to this?
Yeah, so I'll build on it because, I agree with what he's saying, and sometimes we call it the cruel joke. Yes. The cruel joke is that if you overlay the mineral deposits that we know all over the world and then water maps, the minerals are where either there is too much water or not enough. Almost never in between, right? So we're constantly dealing with, you mentioned the Amazon, have spent a lot of time in the Amazon where they're dealing with a summer of nothing but rainfall, where it rains every day, and then extremely dry in the wintertime. But specifically for this region, I guess the good news is that they are not alone. They are not, Saudi Arabia is not unique in being this arid and having this many minerals and these challenges. And the industry has been solving a lot of these challenges for decades. You think about the Pilbara, Western Australia. They've been mining there for decades and have a lot of techniques and methods to manage water. You think about Chile in the high desert. I believe it is still the driest place on Earth, where a significant amount of the world's copper concentrate is coming from. But they have also had to adapt and do things to drive the financials. For example, in Chile, they have made the decision that they will use no fresh water, right? And so that necessitates even competition among the miners that they all have to go to desal. Or you can get creative and say, okay, how can I replace this freshwater application with a saltwater? So a lot of times that's where we come in and we may help them design a flotation circuit that uses seawater instead of fresh water. So look, I think it's an incredibly difficult challenge, but I don't think there would be 20,000 people here in Riyadh if it wasn't a really fun challenge to try to solve.
Absolutely. But in saying that, we also have to think about the enabling environment. So the Chilean government made a decision that, okay, you're going to have to move away from freshwater resourcing. And I think that we don't spend enough time talking about the regulators. And I am looking at you, John. Sorry. You benefit from, or I benefit from you actually being here and working out of CAUS. But how are we seeing the regulators moving and shifting with the technologies and learning from others?
Right, okay. You had to ask me that question, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so the great thing is about the obviously the Vision 2030 and indeed the Future Minerals Forum is it's pushing a sustainable mining agenda. So politically, the kingdom is doing a great job in pushing this need to adjust mining methods in the kingdom to adopt best practices. From a regulatory perspective, well, what is the prime driver for that is compliance. Okay, the thing is that bottom line profitability of a business is not part of the compliance discussion at a regulatory level necessarily. So it's very important for the regulators to make sure that the mining companies, when they provide an application for a license, that water management is one of the core pillars of their operational management plan, okay, with clear targets. Now, some mining companies, for example, they might have ISO 14001. There is going to be a commitment as part of that certificate that says we will have a continual improvement program for environmental performance, which may include water, but it's not legislated for. So at a purely legislative-driven, regulatory-driven mechanism, it doesn't necessarily have a box around it that says you will manage water in such a way. So what needs to happen is at that mine planning stage, the mining company and the regulators need to have a conversation around what they're doing about water on site. So a lot of mines on site, they'll get water trucked in from a desal facility to provide them with grey water for processing or water for the camp. It's just an easy solution. It's just a volume and numbers game. But there's no management plan that says this is what our compliance level is going to be. So is that a good mechanism? I'm not sure. Nobody particularly likes, from a mining point of view. I mean, and for what it's worth, I have worked in mining. I'm not, mining companies don't necessarily like regulators coming in with a big stick to say, this is compliance, you will be compliant. But there needs to be a conversation about water, about everything, water, energy, the whole thing. But as you quite rightly say, water is a significantly important matter in Kingdom, but globally. And I think that we need to encourage companies to include water as one of their key metrics for compliance. That's the way I would say it.
Yeah. And then there's a stage in which we'll need to touch on the move from compliance to then it just becoming embedded, the thing that we do, and it's a driver for business, which already it is, but how do we ensure that it's embedded? How do we ensure that we're moving away from solely a compliance conversation to a stewardship conversation, which we'll have. But I want to turn to you, Florian, and maybe let's shift into the heart of the conversation, which is around those best practices and case studies around where we're seeing technologies being developed, and the conversation around what best practice should look like for water management.
So I think, Carlos, you mentioned this a little bit as well. So I mean, like in the, let's call it the old days, companies tend to look at, trying to find a solution for a specific problem, instead of looking the overall picture, like of the mine facility, where you have like labor camps in some of the countries, and others, you have desal, and others you have groundwater as the source, others are trucking the water to the site. In some cases, there's very stringent wastewater requirements to fulfill. And I think the best practice as of today is to find someone who's able to give you advice or consultancy, or even outsource the complete water management from the intake until maybe zero liquid discharge. I think you mentioned this in one of the sentences, if there is a requirement. But I think fundamentally is that you create a sustainable, circulated water management plan for the complete mine, as I said, from inlet to the discharge and even beyond, and try to reuse as much of the resources as possible. And you can, technology is there. Everything is available, I would say, but it's always a very cost-driven process as well. You need to respect the competitiveness of the mine. There's minerals to abstract. There's chemicals to reuse as well on the other side. And this is the approach of Veolia as well, to be basically the catalyst between the water itself and then the environmental need at the back end of the mine, or in the area where the mine is being built. And there's possibilities to outsource, to find a partner who operates the complete mine, builds the mine, designs the water management plan. And I think this is where the best practice should be. And then you make sure as well that you have a partner on site who's able to build a future plan as well, so to see what is coming the next 10, 15 years, or until the life cycle of the mine is over, to have a partner on site who's able to do it for you.
Fantastic. Yeah. And Carlos, maybe reflecting on the fact that the Ecolab brand, and then Nalco Water specifically, is really focused on pushing the boundaries on water management, air management, and the like. What are some of the things that are, what are some of the technologies and tools and concepts that you're most excited about that's actually working in practice?
Sure. So let me take just maybe a quick step back. I can tend to be a storyteller. So I'll tell a very quick story about a meeting. I was meeting with a chairman of a large mining company in China, and he asked this question: what is the best technology you have to solve this problem? At the time, it was not a water problem, it was a process problem. And through the interpreter, I said, well, I can't give him that answer sitting here, and anybody that can give him that answer sitting here, he shouldn't trust. And there was a very allergic reaction to that answer. No, we can't tell him that. But the point of the story is that you have to do a lot of discovery before you come to the solution. And I think a lot of times we move to the solution before we've done the discovery. And that's where the way Nalco Water Ecolab thinks about it is really three pillars. One is the on-site service and support. So that engineer or RD&E person, or what we call a technical consultant, that is on site, that is understanding that specific flow sheet, that specific mineralogy, their unique environmental conditions, and trying to make the connection between that and chemistry and equipment. I think what a lot of times we miss is that solving problems with chemistry alone without consideration of the equipment is not good. Solving with equipment alone. So trying to understand what are the requirements that the process needs and what is the combination of those two together are a really critical part. And then the last piece is the digital piece, right? So that has been coming on very quickly, I would say, in the last really 2 years. We've been talking about it for 20. We've been building models and doing things like that for 20 years. But bringing that digital component in so that this is a full-time endeavor, not just an engineer checking a pH strip every once a day to figure out whether the process is in control, to be able to measure those characteristics that you were talking about in real time and adjusting the process to it. So really, I think those are where we're spending a lot of time on, is that understanding the problem, matching chemistry to equipment, and then the digital monitoring to make sure that we achieve the outcome all the time. And that goes into compliance, that goes into total water consumption, and all these things that we're trying to solve.
And John, to your earlier point around data, it really sits well within that discourse of we need to understand what we're working with in order to actually drive that. And then, John, one of the things that I've heard of that I've never heard of before, I'm not a water expert, so I'll put it out there. And I think you brought up the zero liquid discharge concept approach. Is this something that you're working on at KAUST? And to what extent should there's a big sign there.
Okay, so zero liquid discharge is something which it's another ZLD. Everyone's talking about it. Is it actually practicable? Is it something that is it just another set of words that people use to it's just another shiny object to go for? It's certainly an aspiration worth looking at. But I think probably zero liquid discharge is probably not really the right way to look at it. You're trying to minimize the amount of water that you're losing. You're not necessarily trying to limit the amount of water that you are using. And it comes to this whole, people monitor, they measure, they collect data, they do all this stuff, but nobody really asks why they're doing it. I would say if it's just for compliance, it's just a number. Are you above it or are you below it? And there's no real incentive to actually do better. So zero liquid discharge is something. It's a laudable aspiration, but whether or not it's practical is something which is probably for a conversation that might take about a week, and we'll scratch the surface off it. But we should certainly be looking at minimizing water waste, right? How we're using water. You might not be able to have zero liquid discharge, but let's be sensible about it. Let's try and use technology appropriately. Let's measure for the right reasons. Let's have good technology, good data centers in the mine. But how is that communicating with the regulators? How are we looking at cumulative impacts? That's something which isn't necessarily done holistically internationally. Is looking at collective impacts from water use. But now we need to be looking at water use globally, not just in our little area. So I think that yes, we should be looking at minimizing water loss and use. So I'm a pragmatist.
As am I. So it's good to hear that we're not betting 100% on ZLD. I'll get the acronym. I know that we're almost at time, so I think just to close the conversation, I did mention compliance versus water stewardship, and maybe in 20 seconds or less, what's the one message that I think that everyone should hear about how do we look at water from that water stewardship lens? I'll start with you, Carlos.
Yeah, look, I think there's a simple metric. If you have 200 process engineers and 1 water engineer, you're probably not heading towards water stewardship. You're heading towards compliance.
Well said.
Yeah, mining companies and the regulators need to be transparent and work together to actually create clear KPIs for the mine site that adopt good practice.
I think water management will drive the success of mining history or mining in Saudi and across the world. If you need a soluble partner on your site, visit our booth next door. So we offer from the inlet to the outlet. We can outsource. We have mobile equipment. So please come to us and we have a discussion in our booth.
Nothing like a sales pitch.
So
there you go.
We've learned that in order to be good water stewards, you need to come and speak to the panel. So that's it. Thank you, everyone. I'm sure the gents would be happy to have a brief conversation before running to their next meeting. But thank you for joining us, and let's put our hands together for our panelists. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done. Yeah, thanks.
It goes by fast.
I know.
Our mics.
I'm here until this evening in Saudi Arabia, and then I'm flying over to the UAE, and then Israel. Yeah. How about you? Are you based here?
I'm based in Dubai.
Oh, okay, great.
I flew in last night, and I go back tomorrow night.
Oh, great. Amazing.
Can we catch up in the UAE? Do a longer.
Yeah, that'd be great. Which outlet are you with?
I'm with Bloomberg.
Oh, yeah, of course. That's great.
Okay.
So does Bloomberg have offices in the UAE or?
Yes, main studios are in.
Great. Awesome.
Hello, thank you all. Can you hear me? I don't know. Yeah.
Hi. I think my microphone is.
Okay, hello. Thank you all for joining us this afternoon. So, PAX Silica, the name itself evokes historic PAX orders like PAX Romana or PAX Americana, which at the time, in their time, focused on peace, on stability, collaboration, collaboration in trade and in commerce, and also the prevention of large-scale conflicts. And then the word silica points to that it has something to do with technology. So PAX Silica is a US-led coalition of advanced technology economies whose focus is the development and promotion of AI. But before we get into AI and supply chains and the promotion of, let me take a few steps back and ask Jacob Hellberg, who's the Undersecretary for Economic Affairs at the US Department of State, to tell us a little bit, please, Jacob, for the benefit of those here who have not heard of PAX Silica before. What is PAX Silica? What is the solution that was designed to solve, and why now?
So, first of all, it's great to be here, and thank you for having me. I'm very excited to share more with all of you about a flagship initiative that the U.S. State Department just launched, as you said, called PAX Silica. PAX Silica is our effort to address some of our thorniest supply chain challenges. I'm sure that all of you remember, and we're here for the Future Minerals Forum. During COVID, we saw massive disruptions in the global supply chain. Since then, we've seen the geopolitical weaponization of the supply chain in ways that really weren't thought through or intended 20 years ago. And so PAX Silica is an economic security consensus and a coalition among the world's most technologically advanced economies based on a very simple proposition, which is that the supply chain should not be used as a geopolitical weapon, and economic security is inseparable from national security. And so we got together as a group of 7 countries to sign the PAX Silica Declaration in mid-December. It's very, very exciting to be meeting here in Riyadh right after Qatar signed the declaration, and in a fairly historic way, became our second Middle Eastern partner in PAX Silica to join Israel in the PAX Silica Declaration. And I think it's an accurate reflection of the fact that this is a group that's not a rigid ideological bloc. It's actually a very flexible coalition of countries who realize that supply chain security actually matters more than ideology. And you can have a lot of ideological differences with people, but we all want a secure supply chain. because we all want a thriving economy. And this is a part of the world that's really making big bets on the future. I had the pleasure of taking part in the negotiations of the KSA AI deal with Humane and the KSA government. And Saudi Arabia is making really big bets in artificial intelligence, and so is the UAE. Qatar is thinking really heavily about its place in the future, and Israel has emerged as a technology startup nation. So this is a part of the world that is very, very focused on the future. And ultimately, part of what we want to do, and the message that we bring here, is the future has a stronger gravitational pull than the grievances of the past. And that's our message, and we're happy that it's resonating.
And silicon. So you're positioning silicon at the heart of this. What makes silicon really so important here, comparable to oil in the 20th century, perhaps?
Absolutely. So, and thank you for bringing that up, because silicon is the heartbeat of the artificial intelligence revolution. And one of the fascinating features of foreign policy in the Middle East, as I'm sure you guys have all noticed, is AI is increasingly becoming an organizing principle of foreign policy in this region. The UAE has basically made AI the main organizing principle around almost everything it does. Saudi Arabia has made AI a top priority in everything it does as well. I mean, the appetite for chips is massive. And the reason is that the basic premise of a lot of these governments is that energy and power were their sources of influence in the 20th century. And in the future, and in the 21st century, power is going to translate to intelligence. Countries that have the most power and energy are going to translate that into intelligence and superintelligence, and that is going to be the main driver of economic growth in the future. And if I could just add one more point, I think they're onto something, because in the US, we are obviously the birthplace of the AI revolution, and we're now seeing massive increases in productivity, 5.9%. We're seeing our GDP accelerate in a secular way. We are the world's largest economy. A 5% growth rate on the American GDP is over $1 trillion. It's huge. We added an entire Saudi Arabia just last year to our economy. So it's a lot of money. And the reason is AI. And so I think it's very smart of these countries to invest in artificial intelligence.
So looking back at the coalition, intent is one thing, making it real is another, and building facilities, building the infrastructure necessary for the regions is not only capital intensive, but also time intensive. So just to put a time frame, if you can tell us what needs to happen in the next 3 to 5 years for this intention to start taking shape in reality?
So part of the vision that we're setting out with PAX Silica is the path towards economic integration for the region. Our premise is there will be a substantial amount of economic growth and economic value that will be up for grabs throughout the entire AI supply chain. And we're seeing today that the AI revolution is leading to record demands for energy, record demands for minerals, record demands for semiconductor chips, record demands for hardware. It's increasing in a secular way, demand for almost everything. And so the people benefiting are the people providing energy, the people providing minerals, the people providing devices. And so ultimately, the region has an opportunity to capitalize by integrating at a regional level, bringing to life the IMEC corridor. And if it does that, it can actually become a major powerhouse on the world stage economically.
So Saudi Arabia sits at the intersection really of infrastructure, capital, not to forget the geographical location as well, logistics and minerals, etc. What do you see the value add for Saudi Arabia to this coalition? Where can it play an important role? Do you see that more upstream, midstream, downstream?
Saudi Arabia has a huge amount of potential because the energy is very, very cheap here. And so it has the capacity to actually do large data center build-outs in an extremely cost-effective way, and provide compute capacity in a way that's going to be really hard for a lot of other geographies to match. So compute capacity is number one. The other thing is mineral refining requires land, and it also requires secluded land because it's very, very polluting. Saudi Arabia is one of the countries in the region that has the most land, and a lot of the land is desert, which is actually perfect for refining because you don't want a lot of people near and close to refineries. So Saudi Arabia really has an opportunity to actually become a key node in this supply chain system. Ultimately, one of the reasons why it's exciting for me to be here is to be able to have those conversations with a lot of our stakeholders, understand where they want to take their economy over the next few years, and seize opportunities for the US to partner with Saudi Arabia on that journey.
So land and energy and resources, all that is good, but coalitions and lasting coalitions are built on trust. So how do you establish that trust? You have, within the coalition at the moment, you have Japan, UK, Singapore, the US, of course, Israel and Qatar joined yesterday, and so on. Now, all these countries, and maybe other countries that will be invited to join in or wish to join in, have different ambitions, have different tolerances, have different governance framework. So how do you align all these? How do you ensure the success of the coalition for years to come? Especially, I mean, something that we're talking about is definitely time intensive.
So you're absolutely right that trust is the foundation for all of this. And ultimately, I think one of the reasons why a lot of these countries got together is because they understand that the status quo is not working. No one wants to live day to day not knowing if they're going to be able to buy high bandwidth memory chips, if they're going to have shortages of cars, of phones. And so ultimately, there is an understanding that the supply chain as it is right now needs to be reformatted because it doesn't have the trust. It was designed in an era where the intellectual ethos in a lot of capitals was computer chips, potato chips, what difference does it make? And you could have a country on the other side of the Pacific make 90%, 85% of smartphones, 90% of refined minerals, and over 50% of legacy chips, and it didn't matter. Now we realize it actually really does matter. The great thing about Saudi Arabia is the US already has 90 years of track record to look to know that it actually can do business with Saudi Arabia in a reliable way because we have been doing business for oil and energy, which is vital.
But you do risk, I mean, once you start coalitions, you do risk counter coalitions so that you could have countries forming a counter bloc. So while the intention from this initiative is to bring the world together, you may be actually increasing the fracture or the fragmentation.
So this is not a coalition designed to exclude anyone. It's really a coalition designed for a functional purpose, which is to secure the supply chain, which is why we focused on countries that bring very specific things to the table. South Korea is home to SK Hynix and Samsung, which are major contributors to the semiconductor industry. Japan has Mitsubishi and a lot of advanced refining capacity. Singapore has some of the world's very best autonomous port infrastructure, and it actually makes 10% of the world's semiconductors. So each of these countries are very, very unique, and it's actually merit-based. The reality is we don't need all 190 countries on Earth in order to have a secure supply chain. The US is home to most of the off-takers. We're home to NVIDIA, we're home to Apple, we're home to Alphabet. And so for us, it's really important to think about who are all the vendors and suppliers that our companies rely on, and how can we build an ecosystem that allows our companies to thrive and prosper. Other countries are free to build out their companies and their supply chains, however they see fit. ultimately, we just want a world where our companies can have a supply chain ecosystem that's reliable, safe, and competitive.
I can see, of course, how the coalition benefits the United States and the American companies. Show me the other side. Tell me more about the other side of the way benefit goes to other contributors in the coalition.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, the economic growth that will be driven through the supply chain will be substantial. So, for example, right now, as American companies are actually taking an interest in vertically integrating their supply chains, they're cutting a lot of deals with companies in Africa to expand mining production in Africa. They're actually talking with a number of the governments there to not just do mining extraction, but also do refining activities on site in Africa because co-location is more efficient. They're talking with countries like Singapore in order to expand semiconductor manufacturing capacity in Singapore, and also trying to learn the way that Singapore has developed autonomous technology in their factories. So one anecdote is, as you guys know, Singapore is incredible. It happens to have no people. I mean, it's a tiny place, and as a result, it's had to automate a lot of its stuff. So it's really, really good at automation, and it's fascinating because it's turned a handicap into an advantage. And so our companies are actually learning how they go about doing these quote unquote dark factories. So there is a lot of benefits because ultimately there's a recognition that we need the skills of different players that are coming to the table, which means partnerships, which means venture deals, and ultimately that means growth and opportunity.
And you mentioned Africa, of course, where resources are plenty. Tell me how PAX Silica will integrate emerging markets as partners, proper full-on partners, and not just providers of raw material.
And not just providers of what?
Raw material.
Well, first of all, I mean, let's look at what the status quo is. And the status quo right now is you have a country that basically controls the entire supply chain end to end. As I said earlier, China currently has over 90% of the world's refining capacity. It's actually 100% for a lot of different minerals. 85% of the world's smartphone production, over 50% of legacy semiconductor manufacturing. So right now, there is no market. Right now, we have a monopoly. That is the current status quo. So we're starting from that, and we want to move to a more diversified market where there's actually choice between different vendors that are economically viable. And so we are having conversations with partners in Africa to actually see what kind of capacity they can absorb based on their power infrastructure, based on their educational system. Our deputy secretary is going to Kenya later this month. One of my direct reports, Assistant Secretary Orr, went to Sub-Saharan Africa in Zambia not too long ago. I went to the Ivory Coast. So this administration is very engaged with Sub-Saharan Africa by American standards, where we're incredibly excited to have conversations with those countries. But one of the things that's really great about partnering with the Middle East is actually opportunities to co-invest alongside our Middle Eastern partners in Africa, because and this is one of those core areas of expertise that the Middle East provides a lot of value in, is institutional knowledge and history of having already done a lot of business in Sub-Saharan Africa. So we're very excited to partner with them on that.
So let me ask you, is PAX Silica about countering China?
It is not. It's actually about securing it's really about ourselves. So, in the tech industry, there's a saying that goes that the best innovations are actually not about mimicking your competitor. ChatGPT was not developed as a response to Google search, and Facebook was not developed as a response to MySpace. It was something that was entirely new. The way that we think about it is, if we try to mimic tit for tat with what China's doing, we're effectively going to imitate what they're doing, and it's going to erode profit margins and actually destroy value. We're trying to have a completely different approach. We're trying to use autonomous technology. We are starting from the high-level goal of we want to secure our supply chains for our companies because our president has a foreign policy of wanting to put America first, and so our national security interest is to secure the economic foundations of our companies. To do that, we want to partner with other countries who have key skill sets and expertise. And so we're trying to be adventurous and innovative and experimental in finding ways to pursue those partnerships that leverage new innovation technologies. The last point that I would add is one of the reasons why we started with first principles is we want to start with first principles in order to define what we agree on as a group, and then and where we want to go. What is our vision? And then we reverse engineer from there. How do we get there? So we have the PAX Silica Declaration, which is a set of high-level principles. From there, we are going to shift our attention to looking at different sector-based approaches in order to actually create pathways that allow addressing some of the issues on a sector-by-sector basis for logistics, for mining, for semiconductor manufacturing. And from there, we drill down one level deeper and identify infrastructure projects that are actually investable where we can deploy capital.
So from your point of view, just very quickly, what do you see are the vulnerabilities of the AI supply chain today?
Well, the vulnerabilities are that right now it is completely concentrated and it's just not reliable. And so ultimately, it doesn't matter who holds the concentration. Whenever you have anyone that has 90% control over your entire supply chain, that's a massive single point of failure. And so, put China aside, 90% exposure is just not sustainable. And so ultimately, that's why you have this really interesting group of countries that are very, very intellectually diverse that agreed that it is in all of our benefit to have a very strong supply chain.
Yes, you will have a number of countries within the coalition, but will the coalition then, a few years down the line, have that 90% concentration in its hands? And then the vulnerability is flipped?
Well, I think I would phrase what you said a little bit differently, is that right now the exposure is in one country, and the coalition is not a country. I mean, it's, a dozen countries.
No, it's not, but it has common goals, it has common aspirations.
Sure.
For now.
Look,
hoping it continues.
Ultimately, there isn't an infinite number of companies out there that need to rely on. If the demand for minerals were infinite, if the demand for energy was infinite, I mean, we could partner with all 190 countries. There's a finite number of needs. We're trying to focus on our companies to start there. I think moving from one country to a dozen is pretty good. So if we do that, we'll consider our job, we'll be pretty happy.
I have 1 minute. I'll take you into the future.
Yeah.
10 years from today, what does success look like? And if this does not succeed, what does the world look like?
So success is very simple. We want our supply chains, we want to wake up in the morning and not read headlines about supply chain disruptions that are leading to shortages, unexpected shortages of copper, of cobalt, of cars, of semiconductor chips. So we want the supply chain to be secure. We want to use PAX Silica as an opportunity to promote market access for all of our companies. So we want to make sure that our companies have fair and reciprocal market access. So market share really matters. If we achieve those things, I think it will be a great baseline, and we'll consider that to be a great success.
Thank you so much, Jacob. So I understand, from what I understand, the conversation is not about extraction. It is about building resilient economies and ensuring that the world is supplied with the innovation that it needs to go forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
ISAM, which is the automation division of Support of Hamburg. And we do, of course, container, which most probably everybody will connect with Support of Hamburg. But we also have a pretty large business moving dry bulk material. And I would like to speak about how to automate that process and what will be the drivers in the industry toward automation. I hope I can see that. Yeah, okay. Generally speaking, when we look at automation and autonomous machines in the mining industry and the bulk material handling space, there are 4 big drivers why we want to do that. And these drivers are different in various regions of the world. The first one, of course, is cost. I mean, everybody is looking at it. Commodity prices are sometimes getting lower now again. Margins are not what they have been before. And when you look at the situation in the traditional mining countries, the resource-rich economies like Australia, like Canada, like the US, they already had a steep increase in labor costs. I mean, you are at $200,000 for a truck driver in the mines. You have to fly them in and out, which adds costs. So rough estimate from me, from an engineering perspective, each operator out there is $500,000 or something like that a year. Also, other countries are catching up because there's a lack of talent, there's a lack of people who are available to do these jobs. And I've heard that Chile, for example, is now approaching labor costs near Australia and Canada, and we will also see that around other parts of the world. The second one is productivity. I think everybody here will agree that nothing can beat a super skilled operator. If you have a person who is running this machine for 20 years, he knows all the problem of the machine, he can essentially fix them. So these guys, they are super fast, they give you a super good throughput. But this is not your average operator. Your average operator is a guy who is on the job maybe 1 or 2 years. He is not that good, he still has to learn, he has to work in difficult working conditions like high humidity, dust, difficult weather, low visibility. And these typical operators, they don't give you the average productivity of your top guys. And that means you can plan your terminal not as good as you can if you have a consistent performance. So what we see when we do automation is we get maybe not the performance of the best operators, but we get at least to the level of the average guys, and we deliver that consistent shift after shift. So better plannable productivity is the second main driver for automation. The third one is labor shortage. A lot of the mining operations are not in places where you want to live. I mean, personally, I like to ski and I like to do snowmobiling, so northern Canada is great for me. But many people don't want to work in conditions with minus 30 degrees, snowstorms, ice. You look at places in, I don't want to name any specific country, but let's say northern Australia, where you have these mining towns where everybody just is flying in and out and nobody really wants to live there. You have no schools for your children. It's really a difficult place to attract qualified workforce to. And when we add this with a FIFO operation, which means we fly people in every 8 days and fly them back every 6 days, like something like in an oil platform or something like that, this also adds to the cost. So in the end, these remote mining locations where a lot of our most precious resources are, they have the biggest difficulties to attract workforce. And to be able to move this workforce to a remote operation center in a town like Perth or Sydney or Brisbane, where you want to live, makes attracting workforce much easier there. Last but not least, and this is very specific for the region we are talking here now, is upskilling. One thing is to attract people with top-notch pay, but there are regions like here in the Middle East where really the local population doesn't want to work on a crane or on a dozer. They want to work in a control room. They have been trained, they have been gone to university, they got an engineering degree, and they didn't do that to later on sit on a stacker reclaimer or sit on a grab unloader. So if we do upskilling, if we make a blue-collar job, an operator job, into a supervisor role, we become attractive for people who have a better education. We also open up the jobs for 50% of the population, which typically are women and which would prefer much more working in a control room environment. So when you look at that from a Saudi perspective or from an Emirati perspective or an Omani perspective, which all have their programs to get more local workforce involved into the mining industry, turning operator jobs into white-collar control room positions is one way to attract the local workforce and make these jobs more attractive for them. Question is why we haven't been doing that before. And the reason is it has become increasingly possible over the last 20 years. There were a couple of technological drivers which made autonomous machines and remote operation over distances of a couple of 1,000 kilometers more feasible. And whenever we automate bulk handling or, generally speaking, material handling or mining equipment, we have three questions which we have to answer. The first one might sound very simple. Where is the machine? It's not as easy as it seems because you're typically not operating on rail tracks. You don't have established coordinate systems. So this became feasible at a large scale with the invention of GPS, which I have to admit, if still Americans are here, full courtesy of the American taxpayer, was available for everyone in the industry to use it to machine positioning for free. When we first started to use RTK GPS in 2000 to position large-scale machinery on mine sites or in terminals, there was only one system available, that was the American GPS. It has worked great since then, but availability was about 99.9%, so about 1 minute a day you did not have a properly confirmed position that you could trust on for autonomous operation. And with the invention of GLONASS, which is a Russian system, Galileo, which is a European, and Baidu, which is a Chinese system, we have now a satellite constellation up there, which basically from any time and any place on Earth, it gives me a 99.99% or something like that availability. So we are at about 5 seconds a day where we don't have a position which we are trusting for safety of life applications. And I mean, honestly, whatever we are doing here, these big machines, they don't care whether a human is in the way. So everything we do here has to be reliable on a safety of life level. We must know that the position is accurate. We must know that we know the environment. The second one was vision. And when you listen to all the companies who promised us 5 or 6 years ago self-driving cars, which pick up your kids from school and will drive yourself while you're reading emails, we all know this has been much more complicated than everybody anticipated. And the only reason why we can use it already now in the mining and material handling space is that we can afford to put higher quality sensors on the systems. There's a very famous investor from the US. The guy is called Elon Musk, and he must have done some things right because he made a lot of money with his businesses. But I think in one position he is wrong. He said you can do autonomous machinery without LiDAR or without 3D vision systems, and that's simply not true. Our human brain is able to estimate distances based on just a grayscale image or a color image that we see, but so far, if we want with a certain level of reliability to run autonomous equipment, we need 3D vision systems for that. And the first use of 3D LiDAR in a large mine scale was introduced by an Austrian company, a small company, less than 100 people, about 100 kilometers from Vienna, that's Riegel, and they invented the first 3D LiDAR scanners, which are still the standard in the mining industry. I'm not talking about 100,000 scanners for, let's say, driving Google cars, but in the mining space, they are still the leading company in the world, and it's a small company from Austria. Back then, we could generate about 28,000 points per second, and we had a 200-meter range, which is sufficient for most even large-scale mining machines. A typical stacker reclaimer has a boom length of 65 meters. A typical gantry crane is looking 35, 40 meters down in the hedge. So it became available at relatively low speed, about in 2000. Today, we can generate about 1.2 million points per second. We have a 400-meter range, and what's very important, we have moved from 900 nanometer wavelengths to 1500 nanometer wavelengths. 1500 nanometer is giving you the capability to penetrate dust and steam, which we all know is very important in our business. We either have dust, let's say we are loading iron ore or potash, or we have a lot of steam if we handle coal, for example, in a cold climate like Canada. So one of the two is always there. And the invention of 1500 nanometer wavelength LiDAR made it possible to work in these conditions. So now it's a big question, why are the car guys not doing it? The reason is that a scanner that works in mining conditions still is about $100,000. So you can't do that on a car. But in a mining operation where you have 5 guys per shift, 5 guys to handle a 24/7 shift operation, and where you have where you have $500,000 total cost in a FIFO location, or maybe $150,000 in a normal mining location, the economics works for the high-end scanners, which can penetrate that situation. The last step, okay, now I know where is my machine, I know where is my material, where do I want to go. So now I have to replicate the intelligence of the operator. And honestly, I'm an engineer myself, we all underestimate the quality of the operators. These guys, they understand their process, they understand how material is flowing, where they have to put a grab to basically see how that stockpile will behave. And we have to do two things. First of all, we have to make that strategic thinking of the operator, and this is where AI comes into place. The AI revolution allows us to replicate that strategic thinking of the operator. What's the best place to put my grab? Where I go first in my pile when I reclaim it? And on the other hand, we have deterministic safety critical controls. So once we have determined where we want to go, our next step is to see, okay, how do we get there safely? Because we all, to a certain level, accept that humans make mistakes, and when a human makes a mistake, a ship gets damaged, or you damage a machine or something like that, hopefully you're not hurting anyone. But the standards for autonomous machines are much higher. In Germany, where I'm born, we have about 4,000 people dying on streets from road accidents every year. If there would be 10 people dying from autonomous cars, everybody would say these dangerous autonomous cars should not be allowed on our streets. So it's really something, we have a different level of safety that we require if we want to do the autonomous equipment. And this is essentially what has become possible in the last couple of years. And where we are now in a situation where practically all material handling equipment can be automated to some level of autonomy. We can do stockyards with stacker and reclaimers about a ratio of 1 to 10. One operator can control 10 machines. We can do ship loaders. We can do ship unloaders, which I have a video later on because most of you will not have seen that so far. There are only 3 places in the world to do that. We can do train loading and unloading. We have autonomous trucks. I think Rio Tinto was the first one with autonomous trucks, and now Vale is also using them. So there's a certain level, to a certain level, everything can be made autonomous today. The next step is, which we all have to accept, in the foreseeable future, we will still need a human in the loop. There's no way that we get to what you call level 5 autonomy in the car space, where people are saying, okay, this will work 24/7 without any human intervention. The best we can do is we can go to level 4. Level 4 means the machine works well 90%, 95% of the time. And if it's not able to solve a problem by itself, like say we have an overload or grab got twisted or something like that, then it goes in a safe position. It has to become safe by itself, and then it calls an operator for help. So we will never, in the foreseeable future, let's say my lifetime, we will never get to 100% level 5 autonomy. But what we can do, we can get between 1 to 3 and 1 to 10, depending on the type of machine. So this is already a cost reduction of 1 to 3 to 1 to 10. Plus, when you have an autonomous machine that you only supervise, you don't have to be on the machine. So you can be sitting in a remote control center in Perth or in Brisbane or somewhere else, and you run the machines remotely, which avoids all the cost of fly-in, fly-out operations for the operators. Now I hope that my video will be playing. Yes, it does. Okay. I want to show you a few of the machines that you may have seen. This is Rotterdam here. That's the largest bulk import terminal in Europe. By the way, that is the Rimpel Bay. And that's stacker reclaimers. Stacker reclaimers have been the first machines to become fully autonomous. And the main reason is they are relatively slow and they operate in an area that you can fence off. Your stockyard is a safe area. You don't have third parties moving in there, so you can fence off the area. They are relatively slow. You only have to build a 3D image based on scanners that you put on top of the machine, and then you can operate them automatically. And by the way, that's Hamburg. That's the town where my head office is, and that's our own bulk terminal. I have a bit about that terminal later in my presentation. They were the first terminal to go fully autonomous across the full process chain, improving productivity by about 100%. So they have now half the amount of people for double the amount of terminal. The next machine, very similar reason, which became autonomous, was train handling. Trains are still relatively small. relatively slow. You can load and unload a car in about a minute. It's again a fenced-off area. You don't have the safety problems that you have when you start operating on ships. I mean, on ships you have other people around. But what you see here is the loading in Rotterdam. And the big advantage of autonomous train loading is that you make it more consistent. Those of you who handle trains may know that you pay the railway operator for the theoretical capacity of the train. So it doesn't matter whether half of your cars are only 70% full, you still pay for 100%. Well, if you have an automatic process, you can optimize it to a point that you use 99.5 about of the volumetric or gravimetric capacity of your cars. So you save labor. This place in Rotterdam, they have one operator running 3 train loading stations at the same time, but you also become more efficient with regard to how much you utilize your train capacity. Okay, some of you may know this place. It's beautiful. It's one of the places which has nearly the same great weather that we experience here at the moment. That's the Rimple Bay in Australia, one of the largest ship loaders volume-wise that you can see. That's 8,000 tons per hour. And this was the next machine to become automated. And the reason why they are the next one on the complexity level is that ship loading is still a relatively slow process. Yes, you are putting 8,000 tons per hour into a vessel, but this vessel can hold 250,000 tons. So it's not like a super fast movement or something like that. What makes it more difficult is you're operating on someone else's property. You are not on your own stockyard. You are not in a location which you can entirely control. You have ship personnel running around. You have stevedores. All that is there. So once you go on the vessel, you need to resolve all that critical safety questions. That's why we first did the stockyards and then did the vessels. Okay. Finally, grab unloaders. Grab unloaders are the only way to get heavy material out of vessels. For alumina, for example, you also have pneumatic systems. But for heavy materials like iron ore, most coals, then you have bauxite in the alumina business. The real only practical way to handle that stuff are grab unloaders. What you see here is the largest grab unloader in the world. That's EMA in Rotterdam. It takes out 90 ton in a grab. 90 ton, that's about a railway car. So every time this grab goes into a ship, it's picking the entire volume of a railway car out. And this became only possible after the scanners were increasing in speed. So we couldn't have done that 20 years ago. It became possible about 10 years ago when the first high-speed scanners with an update rate of 10 times a second came on the market. What you see here is a Velodyne, but there are also others like Hesai from China. There is Ouster from the US, which is a leader in that space for that type of autonomy system. And the reason why I always say grab unloaders are the most difficult task to automate is you are with a very heavy device, a 90-ton grab. It's moving at 2 meters a second. It's fast. It is sway, so it's not easy to control. And you are on someone else's property. You are on a ship that's owned by the shipping company. I was instrumental when we did that one here in Hamburg. That you see like a good operator. It really takes coal, in that case coal, from a corner of a vessel. It's super difficult to do that. Before we went into the automation space, I was trained for 3 months to do it manually so that I could properly judge whether the automation is doing the right things at that place. Obviously, that was before I turned CEO. I was a relatively young engineer back then. And this is really, really difficult to talk the ship owners into allowing you to do that. Because, I mean, when you put that heavy grab against the vessel, you create significant damage. And I was self on deck when we did that picture. That's a coal vessel from Russia. We don't have them in Europe anymore for specific reasons. But you can see how close the automation system has to go towards the coaming and towards the hatch covers to really get material from there. And to automate that has become possible about 10 years ago. And currently there are 3 places in the world which are doing it. That's Hamburg in Germany, Rotterdam in the Netherlands, and Lumut in Malaysia, which is Vale's technology, basically showcase for new technologies. And it has picked up momentum from now. Not far from here in Bahrain, Bahrain Steel gets exactly that technology in the next 6 months. And we also have Canada and the St. Lawrence River Rio Tinto. They are also moving toward it. So what I wanted to say with this video is really from the very simple process, and when you have never done autonomous before, I would always recommend that you start with something like a stockyard. It's easier controlled, you bring your people in, they get trust into the autonomous technologies, and then you move forward with complexity until in the end you finally get to the grab ship unloaders. Which is exactly what my sister company, Hanzaport, it's very good when you do automation development when you have your own terminal. Because it's not very easy to talk people into allowing you, I want your grab unloader, I want your reclaimer to test some new scanner on it. It's much easier when it's owned by the same company. So this is a sister company of us, and they started in 2000 with the train loaders and the stockyards. They went via the ship unloader and finally to the ship loader process. And there were really two things which made it possible. One was the technological progress, but also the other was that they had a good process to involve their workforce. Because, I mean, you can't fight the operators. If the operators want to have a reason to not run automation because their union leaders tell them automation is very bad, you shouldn't go there, or they are worried about their own jobs, there's absolutely no way how you can implement that. So the way how Hanzaport did that, we built small project teams, not only of senior managers, but we really took respected people from the workforce, seasoned operators, people from the maintenance departments. We took them in the project teams and let them develop the technology. By the way, to all those taking pictures, I'm happy to share the presentation and the videos afterwards, because the videos is pretty difficult to film with a phone. So if you're interested, I give you a card and you can get the videos also. So these project teams, that were critical to success, and we had a couple of customers, I won't name them, who tried to do that in a top-bottom approach, just telling the people you have to do it, and it doesn't work. You really have to get the people on board who want to work with it and to have to maintain it. And what we did at Hanzaport, to give you some numbers, when we started it in 1999, that journey, we had about 120 employees, and these 120 employees were handling 8 million tons per annum. That's nothing compared to the big terminals in Australia, where you see 300 million in Port Hedland or 100 million in Cole on the East Coast. But it's a typical size for most smaller mining operation, for most import terminals, 8 million to 20 million tons. That's pretty typical. And after we have done all the automation steps, we were at 112 employees handling 15 million. And this is total workforce. This is not just the operator. A typical shift in Hamburg now has 5 or 6 guys, and this 112 includes administration, it includes planning, it includes maintenance. The only thing which it does not include in Europe is stevedores. So the guys inside the vessel driving the front-end loaders, that's for union reason a separate company. But with the exception of stevedores, that's 112 people handling 15 million in an all-in terminal, which is, in my opinion, still a benchmark for a terminal of that size anywhere in the world. Coming from my home place, Hamburg, and I see I have to get to a close, let me tell you who is doing that already. We have Vale, which everyone knows, like a big iron ore powerhouse. And you may know that they have a distribution hub in Malaysia, because the most important markets are sitting in China and to a certain extent in Japan. And if you try to serve that spot market from Brazil, which is at least a 45 to 60-day journey by ship, you really can't do it, because you're competing with the Australians, which are just next door. So what Vale did, they built a transshipment center in Lumut, Malaysia. There's no mine there. They just take the big Valemax vessels, which have 450,000 tons in one vessel, and they ship the stuff to Malaysia. And then they have a local distribution center, a bit like Amazon, and they can just serve very quickly the demand from the Chinese market. And as this center is not generating any value, it's not a mining location itself, it's just a transshipment place, it was very important to make it as cost efficient as possible, because it's really just handling. We are unloading the big Valemax vessels, we put it on a stockyard, we do a bit of blending, and then we put it back into smaller vessels, while smaller vessels still means baby capers like 200,000 tons, 300 meters long, 45 meters wide, but it's still small compared to what we have incoming. From the North American space, interesting enough, the most efficient terminal in North America is not in the US, it's in Canada. That's Westshore in Vancouver, which is also the reason why Tech Mines from the US is exporting most of its coal through Vancouver. Whoever has worked on the Canadian and US West Coast knows it's the most unionized environment you can have. It's super expensive to work there. So it was very important that you get to a high degree of automation. And this is also the reason why BHP, who are also prominently present here, decided to use Vancouver as their export terminal for the Jansen Mine project, which some of you may have heard about. It's currently the largest potash development in the world, with an investment volume of about US $10 billion. BHP in Port Hedland, which is the picture on the upper right of my corner. I think anybody who has been there has been very impressed about the size. This place is doing 300 million tons of iron ore on an export every year. So essentially you do a couple of Cape-size vessels every day. And it's in a location where it's very difficult to attract workforce. I mean, Port Hedland is northern Canada. It's a bit in the middle of nothing. And you fly in, fly out all your workers. So what BHP did, they moved most of the control of support to a remote operations center in Perth. Whenever you can get in, it's access restricted, but when you can get in, it's very impressive to see that. And you have a couple people sitting there in air-conditioned offices. It's very quiet, and they run the entire operation 2,000 kilometers away. So that's really a very impressive place to see. And they use exactly the technology that I've shown you before. A bit lower in the picture, other material, the Rimple Bay also in Australia, that's East Coast, it's coal. Coal is a bit easier from handling from the loading side because it's lighter than iron ore. You only handle about 1 ton per cubic meter versus 3 tons. But on the other hand, it's a bit of tricky material because it can become sticky. It builds sticky walls when you want to unload it. So it's another application for AI algorithm to pick the best place in the pile where you dig first so that you avoid landslides later. Finally, from the aluminum sector, we have Rio Tinto Alcan, that's on the St. Lawrence River. I think they have been renamed to Rio Tinto Aluminum. It's one of the largest aluminum manufacturers in the world, and I think the largest or second largest in the Western world. Again, a super difficult location. It's cold there. I'm going there end of this month. It's currently minus 25 Celsius, so it's not very attractive to get workforce there. And especially not people who have to work out on the machines. So we moved essentially all of the operators inside nice air-conditioned control rooms. The machines are outside. We need only one operator to control between 2 and 4 machines of that type in that environment. So it's a huge cost saving for the Rio Tinto guys, both for oxide and for alumina. And what I slightly missed in here, because it has just become online, I should have updated that slide, is Bahrain Steel in Bahrain. It's the first terminal in the Middle East that is going autonomous. And their reason is that they want to become less dependent on outside workers coming in. They want to have control room jobs very attractive for their own people. And this has just become online. If you would have been in Daman, I would just say, okay, let's drive over the bridge and take a look. But for anyone in the space here in the Middle East, Fulat and Bahrain Steel, they are really welcoming to show that they see that as the future of mining in the Middle East operation. And they have started with the stockyard, and they will go to fully autonomous ship unloading in the period of this year. Stuff has just arrived. So I have now spoken 30 minutes non-stop. My wife would have said, Bernd, you are too fast as always when you speak. So I hope it gets through. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to take them after the presentation and also share the presentation and the video if you're interested in that. And by the way, sorry, I forgot that one. So that's the name. Okay, thank you. Gerne.
everyone hear me? Oh, there's a little bit of background music to set the scene. Perfect. Okay, much better. Well, welcome to today's panel entitled How to Resolve 3 Key Policy Challenges to Enable Growth in Mineral Supply. I think it's quite fitting to have this conversation, especially in the new year, off the back of what's happening geopolitically. It's very exciting times, some may say exciting, others may use the other terms. I will not use them here due to mixed company. But it's definitely a panel discussion that we need to address, not just from a regulatory lens, but how's the world shifting? What are the complexities? What are the challenges that we're facing in the legislative ecosystem, and how do we shift that, right? And I'm not the one who will be having that conversation alone. You can see we have quite a large panel of experts and people with a significant amount of experience shaping the policy discussions, not just in the region, but globally. So before we start, I'll do a quick introduction. We have 6 panelists who are incredible. The first starting with Ernst Müller, who is the Director of ESG and Sustainability for Herbert Smith Freehill Kramer. It's the new addition to the HSF group. Followed by Nafi Kwarshi, who is the Africa Director for Natural Resource Governance Institute. Welcome, Nafi.
Thank you.
To her left, we have Edwin Mitchell, who's the CEO advisor at the Saudi regulatory body institution, ESNAD. And we look forward to you telling us a bit more about ESNAD and what you do there. We have Ludwien Wouters, who is the Managing Director of Latitude 5. Tanya Constable, who is the CEO of the Minerals Council of Australia. Welcome, Tanya, all the way from Australia. And last but never least, Livia Paggi, who is the Managing Director at JS Health. Wonderful. So let's dive right into it because we don't have much time. We've got a lot of people with a lot of important things to say. And I'd like to start by setting the scene. So I think we're fortunate enough to have quite a global panel who will take us through what some of the current complexities are in the policy space for mineral supply chains. And I'll actually go dead to the middle to you. And I changed my mind, Edwin. As much as I want to hear from you first, I want to shift it over to Livia, because Livia comes from quite a global policy perspective. And maybe to set the scene as to what's currently happening, Livia can kind of help shape the discourse for the conversation. And Livia, I'd love to hear what's happening now in the policy space, what's happening in the mineral supply chain that is shaping some of the uncertainties, and what are we seeing currently?
Just to take a step back, I think with China having made a generational investment across the supply chain, the idea was that markets would resolve the issue of supplying minerals at a fair price. And that was always the presumption that was made. And now, fundamentally, there is a major shift in that. We no longer, certainly the US and several other countries, we've come to the understanding that it's not going to be markets alone providing this supply. And it's fundamentally, this is a geopolitical question. It's not going to be about just what's happening in globalization, free trade agreements. This has become a major geopolitical question of how we're going to resolve this. And so whilst we've had China talking about the Belt and Road project, we have the Russians who are talking about their Ruski Mir project, about how they want to influence Eastern Europe, Central Europe, the Caucasus, that's part of the world. We now even have the US and Donald Trump talking about the Monroe Doctrine, right? who is going to control what resources in their own backyard. And that's how it's going to be shaped. And of course, we have Africa, which we'll talk about later, which continues to be contested in this game. And fundamentally, what we're seeing now is a much more transactional U.S. We see the U.S. going in and striking deals in which they're going to provide security guarantees in exchange for minerals. We saw this in the DRC. We saw this in the Ukraine happening. We're talking about this in Greenland. And so really when we look at, as a panel, what policies, what are the difficulties, it's against this backdrop that we need to understand what kinds of policies in this current situation can actually work.
Absolutely, and it's a very, very dense topic, especially when we're looking at all of the various players and I'd say new entrants to the discourse, because it's not to say that the US have not been a part of the mineral supply discussion, but to the extent in which they are and the way in which they are has really changed the nature of the...
Absolutely. I think we just, on that, we saw it in, Trump 1.0, we began to see him reactivating, challenging the current status quo much more actively. Biden took that and supported that and brought things forward like the libido corridor and others. And then really under Trump 2.0, we can say, really in the past 6 months, it's come at the forefront of U.S. foreign policy. And this is the U.S. taking a page out of the China playbook of how to do it.
Yeah. And Tanya, maybe a reflection on Australia and what we're seeing out of the region from the Australian context. I know Australia has a very, very strong relationship with China, but also with the US and all the various global players. And it'll be interesting to hear from your perspective, how is this being shaped from the Australia lens?
I couldn't agree with Olivia more, Stacey. I think we have seen a move from that market-based approach to governments taking more of a hands-on role, and Australia is struggling between the United States and China. We have had a very strong reliance on China and the Asian region, and I think that will continue. We see a concentration, of course, around critical minerals, and for Australia, our iron ore and coal, a lot of that goes into China and that Asian area. So we're reshaping policy towards a regional-based approach. And I think the three big challenges that we have in Australia, which I heard this morning articulated very well at the ministerial roundtable, is all about partnerships and how we go about those, permitting and what that means, how do we do that a lot faster, and then what does the policy support look like for this important industry. I think the thing that was missed this morning that I think is really important that Australia is struggling with, and that is we've got this reputation for mining that seems to be quite bad. I don't understand it. We need to push back on it. We need governments to be pushing back on it. I think that's a really big issue in terms of reputation and the part that we can play there. But for Australia, we're completely changing our whole approach, and it's all about partnerships.
And Tanya, maybe just sticking with you just for a little bit, can you explain the role in which the Mineral Councils of Australia plays within how the government of Australia is shaping their policy environment?
So the Minerals Council of Australia is the national peak industry organisation. We have 75%, and that's a conservative estimate, of the total value of production within our membership. So we work very closely with the federal government. That's our key responsibility. We look after the Northern Territory and Victoria as jurisdictions, and we also work with state chambers to shape the advocacy, the promotion of the industry, the investment within Australia, and then how we might formulate policy. So we actually get involved in the policy development and work in cooperation, collaboration with government. So we play a really key role as a conduit with the industry in terms of the advocacy around minerals. Why it's important for Australia? Mining represents 14% of total GDP, almost 14% of total GDP, and in 2024, that was $425 billion in terms of exports to the world. So a huge, huge important industry.
Wow. Yeah, incredible. And I think of another jurisdiction where mining is incredibly important to how economic development is being shaped. And it makes me turn to you, Nafi, to maybe talk a bit more about the role in which NRGI is playing in this space, but also what are some of the complexities? Because for those who don't know, it's NRGI, it's an intergovernmental platform in which discourse around policy to communities, to a wide gamut of conversations around the mineral supply chain is happening. And from the Africa perspective, it'll be really interesting to hear, well, what are some of the challenges that your members are facing, and what are some of the discussions that you're having at the moment?
Okay, thank you very much. And so from NRGI's global work, and particularly in Africa, the single most critical policy challenge is the persistent gap between mineral supply ambitions and the governance systems that is needed to actually deliver them. And so globally, governments are racing to secure critical minerals, but are doing so with, outdated policies, legal frameworks, weak institutions, and fragmented policies that are designed for extraction and not for complex, fast-moving, highly scrutinized supply chains. We are in a different era, and so we need to review the legal frameworks that actually enable extractions, but that's not happening. And then our research shows that challenge cuts across regions. So it's opaque. We have issues with opaque licensing, non-transparent contracts, and limited state capacity create bottlenecks. And these fuel delays and increase geopolitical risk and social risk as well. And in major producer countries like the DRC, that produces about 70% of the cobalt that is needed, the governance gap in traceability, ASM regulation, and value addition policy directly affect global supply and stability. And at the same time, there is a global failure to coordinate. Supply chains are regional and transnational, but the policy response largely remains national. So without policy coherence across borders, countries will compete for investment rather than build complementarity, resilient value chain. So one of our research on regionalizing Africa value chain showed that without harmonized standards, shared infrastructure, coordinated investment strategies, countries will compete rather than complement, and then undermining skill, which will undermine skill, resilience, and investor confidence. And lastly, there is an issue of trust between states and investors and citizens. And so you see communities see extraction as risk because the lack of benefits, and then investors face uncertainties in delays because of the lack of trust between them. And so where transparency and benefit sharing are weak, projects stall regardless of what kind of strategic mineral is involved. So the core policy challenge is governance readiness, and so until governments align extraction with industrial strategy and embed transparency, accountability, and cooperate regionally, mineral supply chains will remain fragile, contested, and then vulnerable to corruption. And so these are some of the core issues that you find not just in Africa, but globally, where you in countries with middle-income countries with resources, these issues persist. We really need to look at reviewing the legal frameworks that enable, supply chains to happen, because we're actually working with outdated ones. And so, in terms of what your question around what NRGI is actually doing, we are pushing government to refocus.
And Nafi, I think with the conversation around refocusing is one that is a much bigger conversation, and I'd love for everyone else to get involved shortly. But you've mentioned a couple of things, which leads me to the remaining three panelists. Ernst has been nodding his head quite a bit throughout what you've been saying. So I'd like to give him an opportunity to respond, especially because you've mentioned the mineral supply chain legal framework and what that needs to look like, but also the struggles that we've been having, especially because we're notorious for seeing Africa as one block, but it's very diverse. So understanding how the various legal frameworks interact or don't interact with themselves is probably something that we should be exploring. But Ernst, please give us your immediate response to Nafi's point around legal frameworks and the challenges that you're seeing, especially in the region.
Thank you, Stacey, and thank you, Nafi. The law presents us with an interesting scenario, right? Because everybody always, or often people look at the law as the panacea to all of the problems. Let's enact laws to make sure that we fix all of the problems. And that's not the purpose of the law. The purpose of the law is to create a framework from which people can engage and interact, and to ensure that you remain within the specific guardrails and fences so that you behave in a way that is acceptable to society at large. The key issue, I think, with bringing law into the conversation that we are involved in right now is listening to the diverse perspectives that the panel has already presented. Different angles, different objectives, different things that they want to achieve, whether it's focusing on stimulating business, gaining access to critical minerals, ensuring that supply chains function properly, safeguarding community interests. And I think that's the issue with the law, because the law is a beast that moves slowly. Unless you are the Magufuli administration in July 2019, where you can enact a suite of laws to change the entire way that the mineral framework works within a week. Generally speaking, it takes months, if not years, to enact laws, to ensure that you create a framework that there is sufficient buy-in. You require a lot of stakeholder engagement and consultation to ensure that all the different participants who are affected by mining activities have an opportunity to present their cases. You need to do a lot of benchmarking. See what the rest of the world is doing to ensure that you follow best practice and not simply parroting or repeating mistakes in the past. I think here Newton had this saying where he said he didn't see far on his own. He saw far because he stood on the shoulders of giants. We need to stand on shoulders of giants in order to ensure that we create frameworks that would act as catalysts to mineral supply chain development. And then the last, of course, is you must make sure that whatever you're putting in a law is legal at the end of the day. In Africa, we talk a lot about beneficiation, local processing. A lot of what the FMF is about is establishing processing hubs. Processing works, yes, of course, and we need to be promoting that, but also the WTO rules say that you can't impose quantitative restrictions on the export of goods that you produce in your country. So if you want to, like South Africa has often said in the past, limit what you export, that's a breach of your duties at international law level. So, and I think what this panel has illustrated so far is that this is a very complicated issue, and I'd love for us to talk a little bit in due course, and I know you're taking us there, about what do we want to do, why do we want to do it, and how are we going to do it? Because until we can answer those three simple questions and get everybody to sing off the same hymn sheet, we're all going to be rowing in a different direction, and we'll have this conversation again next year.
And we will get to the what, why, and how?
Yeah.
Maybe when? But another trigger from what you said, Nafi, was on, of course, the governance piece. Yeah. And Ludwig, often when I hear governance, I come straight to you as well. Yeah. So maybe from your perspective, just thinking about the work that you do with governments, NGOs, and companies, and maybe reflecting on some of the tensions that you see within the mineral supply chain when it comes to policies and how they can be enabling, but what are some of the struggles and tensions that you've witnessed thus far?
Well, the great thing is all of my colleagues have already mentioned them. What I find most interesting is that the core question is, what are we trying to solve for? And actually, if you look at these issues, they are symptoms of a bigger mechanism. And I agree with what Ernst was saying. We are definitely in a time of redesigning all of that. And I agree with what Livia was saying. Everything else is being redesigned. So to some extent, I think we're all going to have to learn to live with huge discomfort. Because when we talk about governance, it's never a static thing. And the foundation of governance is fundamentally the trust that we place in each other and in a regulator as the place where interests are balanced. I think the primary sort of macro shift that's happening today is that since 1962, we have defined governance as the realm of the countries that hold the resource, because UN Resolution 1803, sovereignty over mineral and other natural resources. Yeah, the problem is that that actually allowed the rest of the world to delegate an externality and not really get involved in what that governance entailed. And today, we're facing a situation where we do have new entrants, but they're only new because they are rewriting the rules without having an impact on the governance of minerals. They definitely want to have an impact on the flow of minerals and the flow of finance that enables those minerals. So the reality is, yes, there is a colossal shift, but a lot of people are still playing by exactly the same rules. So before we even get to regulatory frameworks within countries, maybe there's a question to ask. Is the WTO dead? I don't know. Maybe we rewrite that book. Maybe we throw out 1962 and we think national sovereignty over mineral resources is no longer the way to go. And I can see NRGI having a heart attack right there. But what I'm saying is that the only thing we know for sure is that in the space where the transatlantic alliance is gone, where the Pacific has become the place where every single tension in the world is exercised, nothing is going to look like what we have. We've spent 30 years shaping a governance system that has led us to not great results in producing countries, a complete disconnect between the people financing and operating minerals and usually their host as well as their, client governments. At some point, somebody needs to come around the table and redesign that.
Absolutely. I think the world's moved on. It's not that the institutions aren't important. I think that national governments and then provinces within countries are just working around it. They're working around those institutions now because there is a fundamental realisation that, and I think it's come from critical minerals being so important and realisation that minerals is needed for everyday life. I don't think that's well understood in communities across the globe, at how much minerals do make a difference. But countries and I think companies are now working bilaterally or in smaller groups and working around those institutions to get what they need. And if I look at Australia, we've got partnerships with Japan, with South Korea, with Canada, with the United States, with China, with the EU. All of those partnerships are occurring, and the governance at a national level, I think it's still there, but it is being sped up, and we're realising that we have technical capability, we have new capability with AI to start to bring down the timeframes that it takes to get minerals and mines on the ground. So we're starting to think, well, what did we do in COVID? How did we get around all of these governance systems and actually starting to interact them? That's what I love about Saudi Arabia. You are way ahead of the rest of us. You're just making it happen, and that's what the rest of the countries around the world should be doing. So partnerships, I think, are where it's at. It's how we go about our minerals development now, not getting hung up about all of these institutions and governance arrangements at that global level.
And it's a great segue to Edwin in terms of how Saudi is actually doing it. I mean, the country has benefited from having an update to the mining legislation, and that's obviously been quite helpful in shaping the current discussion and discourse around mining. But what are some of the pressures from ESNAD? And maybe let's jump right into how are you adapting to those pressures and challenges?
Right. Thank you so much, and thank you for not letting me speak first, because I think this conversation is really a good start for what's coming regarding to ESNAD. ESNAD is the mining service, or the Saudi mining service company, which was established as the executive and operational arm of the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources. ESNAD, I think, is in a unique position, basically, to support the implementation of the national strategy for mining. And our main focus is basically to facilitate the investor experience, to facilitate the licensing processes, permitting processes. And I think, we have a unique opportunity here in Saudi Arabia, especially because we already have an enabling framework, a regulatory framework, in which Ernest also played a major role. And that framework allows us basically to learn from the best practices, international best practices. Saudi Arabia, as many people know, focus here has been oil and gas, petrochemical industry, and because of Vision 2030, right now the focus is diversification, diversifying the economy. And ESNAD and the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources play a major role in that with regard to the mining sector. We facilitate now mining investment. We enhance the regulatory compliance, but also we support investors in basically preparing them to invest in Saudi Arabia. Now, there's a lot of potential here. We know that there's trillions of potential that have been identified, that can be developed. But of course, everything starts with exploration. So what we focus on currently is making sure that those companies interested in investing in Saudi Arabia can actually get a smooth process, either through auctioning processes, for example. We have an auctioning process that facilitates and speeds up the process to obtain licenses. All the information that is already available in specific areas will be made accessible to the investors, so that it is more predictable, so that they do not have to start from scratch. I think that's a huge advantage. On the other hand, we have a mining platform here in place. Mining platform is called Tadin, and Tadin really has changed the interaction between the investor and the regulator. So we are more working as a service provider, facilitating basically the investment and supporting investors throughout the licensing life cycle. So from the beginning up to operating. Now, it's not only for exploration, it's also operating, ensuring companies comply with sustainability objectives to ensure that we have a responsible mining sector, and also, for example, aspects such as future closure of minings. This is also important, right? What do? We offer digital solutions, as I mentioned, Tadin. Furthermore, we promote sustainability best practices. The complying with best practices obviously is key to avoid that we make similar mistakes as have been done throughout the mining sector in other parts of the world. And I think what is very important if we talk about diversifying the economy, also to use opportunities that are there as for midstream value creation and downstream value creation. Because right now, focus is on exploration, of course, but there are also a lot of opportunities, not only for Saudi Arabia, but for the region with regard to processing, refinery, and downstream activities.
And how accessible is SNOD to the people in the audience? So a junior miner is interested in operating in Saudi Arabia. How accessible? What's the first thing they need to know in order to engage with SNOD or in order to start mining?
I didn't hear your question.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, because I think my mic's all over the place.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's more a question around what should we be telling people interested in mining in Saudi as to the first step. How do they engage with SNOD?
I would say come and visit us. I mean, we have now different offices. We have our main office here in Riyadh, but we also have decentralized offices. And I would say, now please come and visit us, have a chat with us. We can explain you about the process, the steps now basically investors need to take to register the company here, but also to explain them on how the licensing process works, but also ensuring that investors understand, of course, their obligations, because having a license comes with obligations, financial obligations, technical obligations, and obviously also sustainability obligations.
Fantastic. And you referenced Ernst's role in the mining legislation. So maybe let's go to you, Ernst. Can you talk us through the 2020-2021 updates to the mining regulations and why that's so important now for the mining sector to really understand how to engage in a more cohesive and probably less bureaucratic way than we have in the past here?
Thank you. Thank you also for the free advertising there. We were fortunate as a firm, HSF Kramer, to advise the Saudi Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources as international legal advisors on the development of basically the mining framework in the country. We with the ministry wrote the regulations, the mining investment regulations, and I think rather than just say what's great about it, what I would like to invite the audience to do is go and take a look at what the Fraser Institute had to say. The Fraser Institute obviously annually publishes the survey about how investable a specific jurisdiction is by taking a look at what you and the audience have to say about South Africa or Saudi Arabia or Morocco or Western Australia, all of the other jurisdictions. Saudi made its first entrance into the Fraser's rankings this year and came in 23rd out of 82 countries globally, which we think is quite remarkable. And the reason why we think they got this good result was because the government followed the recipe that we should be following for all laws, not just mining laws, but generally speaking. If you want to buy a house, if you want to get a driver's license, if you want to enroll your kid at a school, you always want to know, how does this work? What is the process that I need to follow? If I do A, B, and C, what will the outcome be? And that's what we really try to do here. And I think what the Fraser Institute's results show, legal frameworks succeed when they are clear. And as you said, Ed, when they promote certainty, when they prescribe fair processes with predictable outcomes, when they remove regulatory duplication, and ultimately when you, to some extent, circumscribe government discretion. Now, you don't want to completely remove government discretion because government officials should be allowed to think about specific applications. So permitting, Tanya, was the one thing that you mentioned. Permitting processes, how do you fix a permitting process in any country around the world? You set a clear set of requirements that you must comply with in order to be able to get access to a specific permit. And if you tick all of the boxes, the government must issue the specific permit to you. There must be a clear time period related to you submit your application now and you'll get your outcome within 60 days. That's something that you can see in the law. Of course, the law itself allows for some flexibility for the government. If it's a very complicated process, the government can inform the applicant that there will be a delay in processing the application and will give reasons for that as well. Because, again, you want to know why. As individuals, whether it's businesses, individuals, stakeholder communities, you want to know why. And as long as you keep informed and with the processes and you understand why a specific outcome is the way that it is, that promotes certainty. And I think going back to the question around supply chains and how do we supercharge supply chains, from a legal perspective, the one solution that we can offer is we can create legal frameworks that are simple to understand, easy to navigate, and give access to predictable outcomes at the end of the day. And I think I see Ludovine nodding, which is a good sign to me. There's no magic sauce in that. We just got to do it.
I don't know if Ludovine wants to respond.
I do want to jump on that, because one of the complexities of answering this question is that there's no silver bullet.
Yeah.
So yes, strategic partnerships are changing the way we do a lot of our business, but they're not the only tool. We have almost killed the only multilateral body that could actually at some point fix a few lines about critical minerals in the WTO. Other significant major, key industries or sectors have a multilateral dedicated to them. We don't. Maybe it's part of the problem. And at national level, yes, we need the laws, but we need massive investment in regulators. Regulators need to have access to this AI. Regulators need to be able to engage, to be partners with companies. And this is a space where I find the partnerships that we're seeing are extremely weak, because we continue with the mindset of delegating the externality. Investing in the regulators of mineral-rich countries is a global priority. The OECD said it best: responsible is reliable. Without responsible operations, there's no responsible value chains. Without responsible value chains, we continue to foster the uncertainty and the risk that is currently affecting every step. So unfortunately, what this means is that every single one of us has to take a concerted action to address these issues at local, regional, national, multilateral level.
I see a few nodding heads. I don't know if anyone wants to respond, Edwin.
Yeah, I would like to comment on that, because I think what she just mentioned, now partnerships is crucial, very important, now to create this enabling environment. The regulator on its own is not going to make the difference. So, collaboration between investors and the regulators, that's crucial. And on the other hand, also with regard to permitting, I think what is really a game changer here in Saudi Arabia has been the digitalization process, making processes more efficient, not having to repeat the same actions all the time. I mean, once information is already in the database regarding investors, you can use that for future licenses, or licenses that have already been given and investors are working on them actively. We can already trace what is the progress made, how much has been produced, are they complying with specific obligations. And so if an investor wants to apply for other and new licenses, the process becomes much faster. And this way, we've been able, for example, for exploration licenses, reduce the time to review and approve from 30 months to only 5 days. 5 days, yeah, which is tremendous. Yeah, this is something that we've achieved recently as one of the key objectives and outcomes for 2025. Of course, there's still challenges, because major challenges is coordination between ministries. Specifically, if you need approvals for environmental permits or land approvals, for example, which is a separate component. We're just talking about review for an application for an exploration license, for example. That process was reduced from 3 months to 5 days only. Yeah.
I think it's probably the envy of many jurisdictions that you can stake claim to 5 days, exactly. 5-day process.
It reduces the pressure on the regulator, because more can be done with less people, right? And as we mature, as we advance and as we expand the sector, of course, it requires more expertise. It needs specialists. And that's the big challenge now, to keep up with the pace and the dynamics in the industry.
I'm sure Tanya has a response to this, but Livia, there are many things that have triggered me to come to you. I think on the one hand, there was, the shift in government behavior is one of the things that we've been talking about here. And then the other is on partnerships. And we're seeing very interesting partnerships coming out of the US, out of different parts of the world. So maybe turning to you just to help us understand a little bit more as to what we're seeing in terms of how we're addressing this.
Going back to solutions, I definitely, partnerships are important, but certainly the major partnership we need to see a bigger improvement is governments backing investors, because investors in the mining sector need long-term certainty. And it is not sufficient for Trump to say, yes, I'm going to possibly back Mercuria in the DRC, because what happens in 3 years' time? Is that going to still hold? What's going to happen in 5 years' time? Or in Trump's case, probably tomorrow. So that's, that is a major problem. That these projects take 15, 20, 25 years. And therefore, we need partnerships that are going to create some form of certainty for longer periods of time, which is extremely difficult in the current situation that we are. So that is our biggest challenge. We have seen efforts. Certainly, the Department of Defense of the U.S. has put in certain regulations to speed up, supplies for the defense. We have seen a lot of progress. We've seen private investors suddenly backed, but there needs to be a lot more of that and a lot more communication on that front of how this can be a long-term thing that's independent of current political dynamics.
Can we not just look at Australia? Would you say that Australia has a long history of friendshoring? I think that's a word that we often use, friendshoring, and really building on those relationships. I don't know whether it's based on where you're placed geographically and the need to ensure that you strengthen those cross-border alignments, but what are some lessons learned from the Australia context, Tanya?
Well, what we're seeing at the moment is that countries around the world want to develop their minerals and they want to value add to minerals. So I think not every country, we just don't have the resources to be able to do all of the mines we need everywhere to get what we need in terms of, it's not just critical minerals, but it's everything from the traditional minerals right through to those critical minerals and all the base metals. So friendshoring is necessary, and countries need to work out what they want to be good at, because they can't do everything. We in Australia, we are extremely good at mining. We've done it for 170 years. We want to be value adding, but I can't see more refining and processing occurring across, every single state in Australia, where we're seeing dozens and dozens of processing plants. It'll be a few. But Asia is extremely good at processing, and manufacturing is occurring where it's more cost effective. So that friendshoring across supply chains is going to be necessary, and we've got to use that. We can't just onshore everything in every country. It's that supply chain and working out what we're going to be good at, what every country is good at, what investors can add to countries to be able to make that difference. And I think for Australia, in the main, for us, it's going to be mining, because we're extremely good at it. But we've chosen our partners, and there's more to come, so that we can get that security within our supply chains to ensure that at the end of the day, we get what we need for our own purposes as a nation.
And I like this statement around knowing what we're going to be good at, or understanding or defining what we're going to be good at, and not having to be good at trying to be good at everything and failing at most things. And it makes me shift towards Nafi. You used the word refocus before I shifted the conversation back, because I was like, oh, we can't get here too quickly. And maybe thinking a bit of this, understanding what we're going to be good at, refocusing the players across Africa. Can you speak a little bit about what are some of the priorities that you're seeing governments who are participating in your forum, especially looking at the Africa context for now? What are some of the priorities that you're seeing as part of this refocusing, reshifting?
Thanks very much. I think before we speak about the priorities, let's take a step back and look at some of the challenges or issues that we are currently observing across the continent, especially for mineral producing countries. There is a mixed response. Some are encouraging and some are risky. So there is the whole issue of strategic mineral nationalism is rising, or what I call the rapid pivot to strategic mineral framing. And governments are setting more control over these minerals, lithium, cobalt, copper, often through export restriction, we've heard here, or rapid policy shifts. While that is understandable, this has sometimes created, increased investor risk. We've also heard it here. But countries like Namibia, Zimbabwe, DRC, or Zambia, they are redesigning lithium, cobalt, or copper as strategic assets. And this has rapid and raised political attention. And sometimes it leads to policy volatility. And we've seen in the case of Zambia, DRC, for example, on the bans, and abstract physical changes that spook investors rather than crowd them in. And we also see a push for domestic processing and value addition. That's also tied into the resource nationalism. This is politically popular and economically irrational. But we have to be careful because they can outpace infrastructure, power availability, and skills. For example, if we are talking about the battery grading processing, it requires energy stability, all right, with water systems. These are still missing in most of these countries. And so when you talk about the coordination and how countries work together, it's very key. And we've also had a lot of more state participation in some of these minerals. But we still have unclear rules. It comes back to the issue of governance. We are seeing growing interest in state-owned enterprises and carried interest. And where governments are strong, this can work. But where it isn't, it creates physical risk and opaque deal making. And so our data shows that SOEs are one of the largest sources of hidden liabilities in resource-rich countries, especially where they don't have strong governance. So in terms of refocusing, priorities, we actually have been working with government to shift first, getting stakeholder engagement right and early. Very important. So to engage with communities and local authorities in the planning stage and licensing, and not just after when decisions are made. Because the cost of the lack of consultation, that could be up to $20 million US per week when there's conflict and disruption in mining. And the second is strengthening permitting institutions, as he rightly mentioned, that the major bottleneck is not the policy intent, but the under-resourced regulators. It's very key. We focus on helping government to invest in technical capacity so agencies can make the right decision once, correctly, and on time, reducing delays and corruption risks. And third is improving the system. I'll stop there. I know you want to. So there should be no shortcuts. Government needs to modernize permitting system, one-stop transparent digital platform that gives investors clarity on rules, timelines, geological data, and obligation while improving state oversight. But also bring along and stakeholders, including civil society, it has to be a transparent process, because we have to make sure that we are actually reducing corruption and allowing citizens to participate in and monitor how some of the decisions are made around the licensing process. So in terms of working with government and refocusing, elevating evidence, so the kind of work that we do to produce research data that can inform decision is very key. And fostering inclusive dialogue, so creating the platform and the spaces where government and civil society, citizens can have a dialogue and make decisions about how their mineral resources can be utilized and how it can be linked to the national development goals. And lastly, supporting policy reforms that embed transparency, accountability, and strategic planning into national and regional mineral strategies.
And I think all of that can be summed up to building that trust in the system, trust from communities, in the governments, and the integrity that needs to be built across that. We are at time. It's such a large panel to have such a conversation, but thanks everyone. He's giving me the wink to say we are more than at time, but let's put our hands together to thank our really amazing panel for their contributions today. So thank you as well for participating. Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome.
I thought
always.
been here and came here to know about Saudi Arabia, the potential of the country. But what's very interesting into this conference also is to learn from other regions that have a very large mining experience, and they can share their experience about how to build a sustainable mining sector, and also investigate the potential of collaboration between Saudi Arabia and their own country. So without further ado, I would love to have my different panelists join me here on the stage. We're very lucky here to have representatives from a variety of different countries in Latin America. We have Alejandra Cardona, who is the Executive Director of the Argentinian Mining Chamber. We also have Joaquín Villarino from the Chilean Mining Council. Obviously, Juan Camilo Nariño Alcocer, the President of the Colombian Mining Association. And last but not least, because I'm actually going to be starting with my first question to him, we have Jorge Cantalops, who is the Executive Director of CESCO, a Center of Study and Research specifically dedicated to copper and other energy transition minerals. So thank you very much, my dear friends, for joining us for this panel. And maybe without further ado, I'd like to turn to you, Jorge. You recently made a very interesting presentation in China. I've seen the presentation on the potential from different commodities and mining operations in Latin America, a continent which is home to 40% of copper production, 40% of lithium production also in the world. Can you tell us more about what is so interesting about Latin America, and what are the potential for Latin America to be a blueprint for this region moving forward, please?
It's open, yes. Thank you very much, Remy, for the question, and thank you for to the organization for the invitation. Well, I want to be short, but certainly Latin America, the region, has the huge potential, current production and potential, especially in copper and in lithium. In our opinion, also, we have the stronger pipeline of projects in relation with the rest of the world. We have a very high potential to become the projects in reality. We have this is our opinion is based on our geological potential, similar with other countries and with other regions, but we have a very long experience in mining. We have a very strong ecosystem for suppliers as well, even in human capital as well. Human research is very relevant in Peru and Argentina. Just one data, just in Chile and Peru together, we have more mining school of engineers of mining than all Europe. Then we have a very huge tradition of mining. This is our reason to think that we can become our potential in reality. Also because we have now all our governments, Argentina, Colombia, Chile, the conviction that the mining is a very relevant activity for the economic development. This is another common area. Other potential that we have is our capacity and infrastructure in some cases, and the spaces and the collaboration between different suppliers as well. But also we have facing different challenges to become this in reality. First, probably the most relevant that we are facing is related with the permit process. It's a very common problem around the world, but it's specifically in our region is an issue that we must improve the efficiency to provide the permits without lose sustainability or standards. We are convinced on that. But I think that is one of our main challenges that we have to work together in the region. Other challenges that we have to face or how we have to solve is in relation with the specific infrastructure in some countries. Water is an issue for the south of Peru, for Chile, in some parts of Argentina as well, but in other countries, in Colombia or in the north part of Peru or in Brazil, it's not an issue, the water. Then we have some different, some common issues, but also difference in different regions. Also is the political stability. is also an issue in relation with other countries and with other regions that we are increasing our stability, but it's also a challenge that we must work for a long term, because the mining activity is a long-term activity. And third, could probably we have a high potential, but we need to improve our collaboration. I think that we have a great opportunity to integrate our economies in relation with the mining. I am not thinking in total economy, but in relation with the mining, I think we have a great opportunity to integrate our economy. A good example is the trade between Argentina and Chile to explore and exploit mining deposit. We think that we have the opportunity to develop similar strategies with Peru, Colombia, Ecuador, and other countries, but not only thinking in mining exploitation, also thinking in suppliers. We think that we have probably our main challenge and opportunity is increase our collaboration and integrate our economies that surround the mining activity.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Jorge. You mentioned several times copper in Chile, so obviously we have Joaquin with us here. Maybe my next question will be with you. Chile is probably the most established mining jurisdictions in Latin America, a series of success. Copper is essential to the development of Saudi Arabia. Could I maybe turn to you for you to share the experience of Chile, the good qualities of the regulations in the country, and how these can maybe serve as a blueprint for Saudi Arabia in the near future, having the mining sector as a pillar for the economy?
Okay, thank you very much. I think, and thank you for the invitation and to share our experience here in Riyadh. I think that the main rule to have mining in a country in the long term is a clear and stable rules, and you are absolutely right on that point. So Chile has been developed mining for the last 120 years, but the real important growth of the mining sector began about 35 years ago. And that is when the country decides to open its mining market to the private sector. So they decide to establish at least 3 important rules. A stable tax framework. This is very important. As you can imagine, every time that the prices of the utilities, like copper or the commodity, like copper or lithium raises and goes up, politicians, as fast as they can, try to introduce or to put a new royalty or to move the tax rules. That is a very bad answer. It's a very bad solution if you want to develop mining. So investors want stability. Tax framework must be stable, so if you can assure that, you have one pillar that is extraordinarily good. Second pillar that is important, and we have a lot of experiences around the world, and Latin America is not an exception. You must, as a country, guarantee to the investors that they will be allowed to retire the revenues that they obtain in their activity. Sometimes, in some countries, what you see is when the politicians see that you are earning a lot of money and the mining activity is being very successful, they try to put a lock in the repatriation of their revenues. So, stability in taxation, stability in the rules that you have in order to send out of the country the revenues that you obtain. And third of all, is stability and clear rules of your concessions. I mean, the investor must know that the state, that the government will respect your rights over the concession. If they granted a never-end concession, like in Chile, where you have a property right of the concession. You know perfectly that you will have the right to explode the mine for 100 years or 200 years. If it is 30 years, well, respect 30 years. If it's 40 or 50, respect it. So 3 main pillars: a stable tax framework, granted the right to send out of the country the revenues that you obtain in your activity, and a stable framework in your concession rights. With those 3 pillars, I can guarantee that the mining activity can be developed successfully in your country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joaquin, for that. Maybe turning to you, Alejandra. I mean, there's a great potential of collaboration between Argentina and Saudi Arabia. You have a few actually mining companies engaged in Argentina, McEwen Copper with the Las Azules project that invested recently in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is focusing also on the development of its lithium industry for the powering of battery vehicles. And lithium, the best lithium is either in Chile, in Argentina, a little bit in Bolivia. Could you actually share with us that experience that you have in Argentina and the ties that you're trying to build here with the kingdom?
Yes, Argentina is having a great moment right now with the mining activity because we are a country that has been built thanks to the livestock production. So talking about mining is a new area for us. We share the geological aspect with Chile, which is our neighbor. So we have a great potential. Right now we are one of the 5th lithium producers, and we have 7 projects under production right now with great more potential for 20 projects more. And we have 6 world-class copper projects waiting to start. And that will bring us a great possibility to be a mining country. So this is to talk, an opportunity to talk not only about the resources, it's about to talk what kind of development we want for our countries. So the region has a great potential, and in that focus, Argentina has the chance to offer for investors a good climate to do investment and clear and stable rules, and now an economy stable also. So it's a great time to build bridges to other countries.
I appreciate it. Now, obviously in Latin America, you got some great powerhouses of mining, Peru, Chile, Argentina, Brazil, but you also have some very strong up-and-coming jurisdictions such as Colombia, which might be very interesting to learn from for our Saudi Arabia, where the mining projects is also developing. Juan Camilo, I witnessed your leadership in Colombia for almost a decade now. I'll be very interested to actually see and hear from you about how there could be additional collaboration between Colombia and Saudi Arabia, and the learning curve that Colombia has gone through, especially on the exploration phase. That'd be very interesting for us to hear.
Thanks, Remy, and thanks for the invitation. Well, let me I talk a little bit something that I want to highlight is the importance of exploration itself. The northern part of Latin America, it's different of what we have been doing the last decades in Argentina, in Chile, in Peru. In the particular case of Colombia, the 97% of the Colombian territory, it's without exploration. We don't have titles in that territory, so we don't know really what we have in our country. But the same, it's probably in Ecuador and in Panama and in the Guyanas and in other countries in Central America. So the next frontier, the possibilities in a subcontinent, mining subcontinent, is that we have to improve the exploration, the understanding of what communities perceive it's about the exploration at economic activity at itself. the relation with the territory, the relation with communities, the relation with the development and the added value that the exploration itself has. You know, because when a new project starts in one region in Colombia, and probably it's not going to happen never, and probably it's going to be in the 17 years ahead, the people, the communities, the local governments, the regional government, and the national governments think that it's going to be a project in the next year and do not understand and do not perceive what the exploration in mining is and means for the territory and means in terms also in times. So for the northern part of Latin America, it's very important to work together to improve what the communities, the governments, and also the stakeholders understand and perceive what the exploration phase means. In countries that have a lot to explore and a lot to improve in the mining, in Latin American mining conversation.
Yes. We have limited time for this panel, unfortunately, because there's so much to learn from each one of your countries. But maybe I'd like to use the last few minutes just for having some additional final comments from each one of you, especially in terms of how can Latin America partner with the region on the midstream level, on the exploration to midstream, and also potentially downstream development in the sector. Maybe turning to you, Jorge, on the question of copper production, potentially smeltering here, potential partnership in terms of joint investment. What do you think would be the next steps to build strong partnership between Latin America and the Middle East?
Yeah, I want to complement the idea that provided all the panelists. It's in relation with the complement our experience and our strength. Chile and Peru have a huge experience, sophisticated experience upstream in mining. But Argentina, Colombia, and Brazil has more experience and sophisticated downstream for the minerals. And I think that we have the opportunity to complement the knowledge, to complement the experience, and to complement the policies as well. The other issue that I want to reinforce is in relation with the stability. Joaquin said, stability is key for an industry as a mining industry. We need stability, access stability for sure, but also other kind of stability, political and policy stability that promote the mining activity and promote all the value chain in the mining activity. This is, for us, in my opinion, our main challenges, because we have the potential. Colombia has the potential, for sure. We are sharing the same Andes mountain. Then we need to develop more activity around all the Andes mountain. Then we need the convincement for the authorities and the stability in the rules and the policy.
That's very interesting. Same question maybe to you, Joaquin. You have, a lot of knowledge in Chile across the value chain of mining. Also, a very strong and competitive mining service sector that could be valuable for Saudi Arabia. Could you tell us a little bit more about the next steps of potential collaboration between the two regions? That'd be amazing.
Well, I think that there are at least 2 or 3 areas where we can work in collaboration. First of all, you can have financial resources and mineral resources, but unless you have people with the right skills, it's impossible to develop mining activities. So the first thing is try to obtain the experience that mining countries have in the preparation of people in the skills that are required to develop mining sectors. And as has been said in this panel, the education that we have in the mining sector in Latin America, especially Peru and Chile, is by far the largest and deepest in the world. So I think that one important area where we can collaborate is around education, technical education for people. I think that is an important one. The second thing is that you can have financial resources, You can have mining resources and also people, but if you don't have suppliers and a chain of suppliers, that's going to be impossible. So it's important to create all the rules and frameworks that allow the companies that most of the time comes from other countries with more experience to install here and to work here, maybe in partnership with Saudi Arabian and local companies. But it's important to allow them to come in and to import their experiences. I think that is very important. And third of all, I think that the future requirements for copper and lithium are not going to be solved by one country or by mine. This is a world challenge. So collaboration in between countries and this forum that take place, this is the 5th time that take place here in Saudi Arabia, is an extraordinary opportunity to change experiences, best practices, and to establish and share standards to develop responsible mining. So those are 3 areas where I think we can collaborate for the future of the mining in the world and to solve the challenges that we have as a humanity. Thank you.
Yes. Alejandra, I would have a similar question for you, but specifically Joaquin mentioned best practices in terms of sustainable mining. I know Argentina was, if I'm not wrong, the first country to sign on TSM towards sustainable mining protocol. Could you tell us how you've been leading the way in terms of sustainable mining, ESG inclusion into mining, and how this experience that you have could actually be of very good resources and knowledge for Saudi Arabia and other countries?
Yes, because we are facing the same challenge. We need more skilled people, we need to be sustainable working, we need the best practice to build a good mining industry. As Juan Camilo said before, Argentina needs more exploration too, because mining today is the result of the last 20 years of exploration. So we need to enforce the investment in exploration to have mining in the future. And that's why in Argentina we understand, and because we are, as I said before, a country that has been built thanks to the livestock production, we need to prove we are good with mining. So we don't have a chance to make mistakes. And we understand that the mining activity is always in the public eye, and that's why we enforce our associate to address social standards as TSM, and that's why we took that initiative. We made a translation and adequation to our country, and after that we share that work with some other countries in the region, and it works. It works to have a sustainable mining industry. Works for people, works for all the stakeholders that are involved in the mining activity. One thing is for sure: it's impossible to rise a mining industry without the participation of the communities, the companies, and the government. We have to be in the same page. Good. So it's a great advice I have to share with you, to take the ESG and the social initiative, not because it's good to have it, it's because it's a part of the business.
Wonderful. Juan Camilo, you have the great responsibility of being the last intervention of this panel. I know you're up to it, don't worry, you're good for that. I'd love to, obviously Colombia also signed on TSM. Yes. You did a great job at the Chamber of Mining Association to actually implement TSM in different operations. Can you also share a little bit more on the issues of partnership, again, between those two regions?
Exactly. Probably if we have the call to improve our mining sector, we have, as a private sector, be in one step forward, and the only way to do that is improving the way that we mine, and the only way that we have to show in an objectivity way that we are improving the way that we explore and we produce mineral, it's with standards. So in the case of Colombia, in the case of another countries in Latin America, we have the strong commitment to follow the standards. In this case, in the particular case of Colombia, the TSM standards, but we are working with other 4 standards in order to have, at the end of this year, the only one standard for all. So the standards is the only way to talk with communities. The standards is one of the important way to talk with the local authorities and to put some objectivity in this conversation. That has a lot of subjectivity. The way that we manage the water, well, let's see the standard. Not talk about the way that we manage the water. That's why we are very strong. We have the strong commitment to implement the standards in Colombia and also in other countries in Latin America.
That's wonderful. It was a limited time, but I can tell you honestly, if you want to spend some more time, we have great professionals here and great individuals also, so feel free to get close to them if you want to learn more about the countries. I know the success of mining in Saudi Arabia has been based on the humility to be able to go and learn from other countries' best practices. We had the opportunity to bring Saudi delegations to each one of your countries, and I think this is a good blueprint for the future of the mining sector in Saudi Arabia. Again, thank you very much for having been part of this panel, and I appreciate you being there all here. Thank you very much.
Roundtable after my talk. Next time I shall put up a slide and say, come and get more. That's good. We still share the screen share. Okay, ready? Yep.
Going to start, yeah.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to probably the most exciting panel of today and of the conference so far. So, very good choice for you being here in the Dome. I'm Ashton Stewart-Carter. I'm Executive Chair of TDI Sustainability, and I'm moderating this panel today on what should policymakers consider when assessing the deep seabed mineral development. So we've only got a short 40 minutes to discuss this very interesting, often contentious, so sometimes emotional topic of deep seabed minerals. And it's very interesting. I started examining deep sea mineral development about 5 years ago with the World Economic Forum. And at that time, we sort of started the white paper we wrote as crazy as this might seem as mining on the moon and in space. But now it seems almost imminent. and a very timely moment to start discussing it. And in fact, when I was here at this conference last year, we were in fact discussing space mining as well. So things we hadn't imagined a decade ago are now coming into practice. So I've had 5 years experience in this, but my panelists are much more experienced, and so we really want to spend most of the time hearing from them about what considerations should be taken into account by policymakers when coming to a decision about where and when to develop deep seabed minerals. But let me just start by putting in a few parameters so we can frame this discussion. First of all, deep sea mining, deep sea mineral development is, exploration at least, is taking place in jurisdictional waters, so those waters around certain countries and islands in the Pacific. But it's also taking place in the area, which is international waters, about 52% of the world's oceans. Mostly the conversations are about the mineral development taking place in the area as a default. So that's kind of one parameter. The second is, if you'd attended one of the panelists, Oliver's presentation just before this, you have learned that there's generally 3 types of mineral deposits, deep seabed mineral deposits. There's crusts and there's vents and there's nodules. Here we're talking mostly about the nodules, not only, but mostly.
And rare earths, sorry.
And rare earths. That's the fourth
Rare earth
one.
mount.
Stand corrected. That's why Oliver's here. The third one is that, you know, if you look at the Google, you'll talk about deep sea mining. Really what we're talking about here is recovery. So it's not mining in the traditional sense of the nodules of collecting and crushing and sorting minerals. This is much more about collecting, or as you'll hear from Oliver, about harvesting the nodules from the ocean floors. And fourth, and perhaps most important, what we're not going to talk about here is whether we should or we should not go ahead with deep sea minerals. Here we want to talk about what are the implications for policies and what should policymakers take into consideration. So very luckily, I have 3 very knowledgeable people working for us. If you want to look at their CVs, their resumes, you must go onto the app. But just to summarize, to précis those very quickly, on my left here, we have Maria Burrell-McKinnon. Now, Marie was the Chief of Staff for the International Seabed Authority, so the agency that is a custodian of his deep sea minerals for some 10 years, and now is a very wise, independent advisor who everybody should seek advice from. And on my right here is Salim Ali, who's got too many titles to read out, but just for a few of them, he is the chair of the Department of Geography and Spatial Sciences and the Blue and Gold Distinguished Professor at the Energy Environment at the University of Delaware. And I think one of your hats today, or the hat today, is a professor at the UN University. And finally, on my far right here, Oliver Gunnarsikawa, who is the CEO and founder of the impossibly named Impossible Minerals. So welcome to those 3. And let's get straight into it. And if I could turn to you, Marie, first of all, is, you know, there's not very much understanding, I think, in the general public about deep seabed minerals. And there's a lot of propaganda, both from those who are for and both from those who are against. You've had an enormous amount of experience in this. So perhaps I could ask you as to examine some of these perceptions and maybe bust a few myths about deep seabed minerals.
Thank you, Ashton. So when generally policymakers are asked to assessing deep seabed mining issues, you will find out that the debate is often framed around fear, urgency, or uncertainty. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to step back and debunk 3 myths that, to me, distort good policy decision. So myth number 1, deep seabed mining is a sudden gold rush into the unknown. This is simply not true. Deep seabed mineral exploration has been taking place for more than 50 years now. Since the 1970s, you have a dozen of countries that have invested really heavily in seabed geology and mineral systems. biodiversity baselines, remote monitoring, and impact modeling. At any time, you had thousands of experts and scientists working on this, with some national programs hiring hundreds of experts working full-time on these different issues. So this research has taken place within national jurisdiction in exclusive economic zones, what we call EEZ, and beyond this national jurisdiction in the international seabed area with a capital A. Today, you have more than 20 countries that allow deep seabed exploration in their national legislation or that are supporting it. At the international level, you have 30 exploration contracts that involve 22 different states. Most of them are European or industrialized, but you also have developing states. And some of them have been exploring for decades, not only 10 years or 20 years, but more than 30 years, actually. So the idea that policymakers are being asked to authorize something emerging out of the blue without any scientific knowledge at all is factually incorrect. In fact, the real issue is not the lack of data at all. The issue is about the disagreement on how the existing knowledge is to be interpreted, weighted, and governed. Myth number 2, deep seabed mining is a regulatory Wild West. Now, again, in reality, deep seabed mining is one of the most regulated extractive activities, and as a matter of fact, is probably one of the most regulated ocean activity, considering that mining itself has not even started anywhere in the world. The legislation exists at international level and at national level. At international level, the framework that backs to the 90s, it has been in place since then, and implemented and tested. So there are extensive safeguards on environmental baselines, reporting and reviews, and ongoing institutional oversight. What is also interesting is that sometimes people are forgetting that there has been now 7 years of negotiation on transitioning from exploration to exploitation. So these negotiations are now completely stalled because of hardened political position, and probably we can come back later to that, but there is also a progressive imbalance in the representation. So, for instance, in this negotiation at the moment, you do have more than 100 NGOs that are being represented in the negotiation, but almost non-commercial entities. The reason is that they didn't ask, they didn't ask to be excluded, but they are a small group of countries that consider that they should not be part of this negotiation, which creates an imbalance that it's not necessarily constructive. There is also some countries that have been calling for pause or moratorium, and that has also created some shock in the system, because for some other countries, this is understood as a negation of their own right to exercise the possibility to exploit these minerals. The third myth that I want to address is that deep seabed mining is going to be a large-scale and environmentally reckless industry. What I find very interesting is when you are approaching the issue from policy making, it's really important to understand that when you talk about deep seabed mining, scale matters, and it's often really misunderstood, and I'm sure Oliver is going to also address that. But when you talk about future deep seabed mining, you need to have in mind that the operations are going to be physically very small compared to terrestrial mining and capital intensive. So this industry is essentially based on a business model that depends on extracting high-value minerals with the smallest possible footprint. The environmental harm for them is not just an ethical issue. It is really a commercial risk. Therefore, for the policymakers, the question becomes comparative. Compared to which alternative, under which safeguards, and under whose control. So avoiding that comparison does not make the demand for minerals disappear.
Fantastic, Marie. So 3 myths which has been busted there, I think. One is that deep sea mineral development is a new thing. No, it's been around for 50 years and there's decades of exploration activity going on. And so there's quite a lot of data around. Second, that it is some sort of wild catting, Wild West activity. Well, in fact, it's highly regulated. And the third, that it's necessarily and irreversibly damaging in comparison to others, which actually we'll hear there's a more selective business model. So, Celine, if I turn to you, you're a scientist which look at whole systems. Explain to us how we should be looking at the impact of deep seabed minerals and how we would compare it to other forms of mineral extraction on land.
Yes, greetings everyone. So, I approach this as an environmental systems scientist. And when we talk about systems, we're looking at all the different connections that exist between nature and humans. And humans are part of nature, of course, as well at some level. And so I have approached deep sea mining from the perspective of what options do we have in terms of sourcing metals. We have the option of terrestrial mining. We have certainly circularity, which in many ways should be our ultimate goal, because if you think about natural systems, they're circular. And then we have oceanic systems, which are the ones which we in some ways know the least about. But as Marie quite correctly said, we do have about 5 decades of data. But that being said, we certainly know more about terrestrial systems than we know about oceanic systems. So that's kind of the set we have to play with. And so the way I've approached it is to use techniques from a field called industrial ecology. This is a very well-established research area where you compare different impact categories. For example, McDonald's, your fast food joint, they did a life cycle analysis, which is a technique, to decide whether they should be using paper packaging or using other synthetic manufactured packaging. And you could compare the different impact categories and say, okay, there's less waste generated, there's more carbon footprint, and then you come up with an estimate. So I've approached this from the same way. You can do a comparison of deep sea mining and terrestrial mining in terms of those different areas. And you can also bring in social factors. So you can do a social life cycle analysis. And this is where it becomes really interesting, because most of my career I've actually spent studying the social impacts of terrestrial mining. And there are many of those. As we found out from Rio Tinto, they ran into a lot of trouble some years ago, right? When they dislodged an Aboriginal heritage site in Australia. Or you have a litany of conflicts which have occurred when people have been resettled as a result of mining. So there are all those aspects. So what was attractive for me as someone who has studied terrestrial mining impacts is that deep sea mining does not have any direct social impacts, first of all, because you do not have communities you are displacing. And it's very important that we not conflate coastal mining with deep sea mining, because this is a common misconception, also adding to your misconceptions. When we're talking about deep sea mining, we're not talking about mining in some small island states around them. Okay, we're talking largely about mining in the Clarion-Clipperton zone. That's what we're discussing largely here. That is in a part of the Pacific where you do not have human habitation. So clearly, one of those impact categories is mitigated. Now, clearly, there will be some other areas. There will be people will say they have spiritual connection to the ocean. And yes, we can take that in its account, but it's very different than physically having to move someone from their house and digging under their basement, right? Which is what has happened with terrestrial mining. So that's how I've approached it, Ashton. I've approached it as a systems scientist, looking at these areas and publishing peer-reviewed articles around what are those ways in which we can compare these impacts.
Great, thanks so much. And turning to you, Oliver, we were talking earlier about the license to operate. So here's an audience. How would you convince them that technology, the technology that you've invented, I think I'm right in saying, can persuade them that they will give you their social license to operate?
Yeah, I think, hello everybody, I'm Oliver, CEO of Impossible Metals. I think it starts by understanding that the technology that you use to do the mine has the biggest impact, has the most to do with the impact that will result from. So the example I like to use is that in the 1960s, some people considered mining with nuclear bombs. Didn't happen, but it was considered. And I think the impact with that would be horrific. And so you cannot separate mining from the technology being used. And that's increasingly important in the deep sea, because there is technology that was tested in the 70s, it's been improved a bit, but it's fundamentally a dredging tractor system with a riser system, and it has a certain impact. What we did was take a blank sheet of paper and say, how could we design 21st century technology, AI, robotics, computer vision, autonomy, batteries, etc., and create a system that really tries to minimize that impact as much as possible. So, our approach is fundamentally a hovering robot, so not a robot that lands or has tracks. And we use cameras and AI to look for life. Now, we can't see microscopic life, which is the vast majority in the deep ocean when you talk about polymetallic nodules, but we can see the larger forms of life, the octopus, the corals, the sponges, and the AI detects that and just makes the robot fly over the top. So I think we have to kind of talk to people and say, well, what is the impact actually going to be? And that's where science comes in. All mining, and especially deep sea, will do extensive environmental impact assessments. In fact, typically, there are at least 5 years in collecting environmental baseline data. And then you do a mining test, and then you put that together, and you present it to the regulator and say, this is what the impacts will be. And in our approach, we think we'll take a very tiny percent, maybe 10% of the nodules, to be ultra precautious. And that, in our view, which we will prove with peer-reviewed science as we do tests next year in the German area, we think that impact will be broadly similar to a submarine cable. So, almost all the internet traffic travels on submarine cables. There is impact deploying, maintaining, operating those submarine cables. That's the type of impact that we're talking about with our technology. And so I think that's how I would win people over. And of course, we have to do the tests of the full-scale system. We have to have scientists documenting and publishing and showing, and just being completely transparent and showing people that's how we're going to do the operation. Can I say one other thing? Just on the connection that we definitely know more about land-based mining than sea. I'm sorry, I don't agree with that. I think it depends. There are some jurisdictions where that absolutely would be true, but there are other jurisdictions in Africa and in Indonesia and others where the environmental oversight is actually pretty minimal. And every day we find unknown species and other forms of life in tropical rainforests where we do mining.
And I think that's a great segue. I'll stay with you, Oliver, so keep the microphone open. I want to now turn to the governance. So one of the big differences, and you've just mentioned it, on land is that you have a bounded jurisdiction. And if you you basically have one point of contact, the government there is going to decide whether they want mining to go ahead, generally speaking, and they might decide that a mineral is strategic, and therefore they can take decisions and override other stakeholders' points of view. The difference in the area is that you have 160 countries, various committees. Does that make it easier for you as a private enterprise? Is the governance in where it should be? And maybe mention something about what the current administration of the US is doing and how that compares or is different from or distracts from the ISA.
Yeah, there's a lot there. So first thing to say is that deep sea mining will typically have just one jurisdiction. Compare that to local, state, and federal in different countries. That's already a massive benefit that seabed mining has that I think is pretty exciting. Now, if we talk about the UN and the ISA, it's now 170 member states that have ratified the UN Convention of the Law. And like most UN bodies, it works on consensus, which unfortunately means that if you happen to be a country that is going to be penalized by low-cost deep-sea minerals coming online and suddenly all of your mines are going to be underwater, you're probably not very keen to allow this to happen. And if you can partner with NGOs to filibust and delay and stop, we unfortunately get the scenario that we're in with the ISA, where it's been now 15 years they've been trying to get the exploitation mining code finalized. They have made some progress, but there are filibustering that are basically happening where member states that do not want the competition are using up all the time and stopping that from happening. And so that has caused a vacuum where the ISA unfortunately has not been able to deliver on its mandate of delivering a robust mining code. And as a result, you see the US administration basically saying, well, we have a law that we passed before UNCLOS came into effect. We've never ratified UNCLOS, the UN law. We're going to go ahead on that. And now we have two frameworks for the deep sea. One other thing I would just add is that there is, in the governance side of things, there is something called the 2-year rule under the ISA. And this was actually negotiated, I looked up in the history, it was actually inserted by the US when they were considering joining as part of the 1994 implementation agreement of the ISA. And what they were concerned with is exactly this scenario where a country could hold hostage the commercial interests of the rest of the world. And so they successfully got a clause into the agreement that basically said, if a mining company wants to go mining, they can trigger this 2-year clause. And if the mining code is not done within the 2-year clause, they have the rights to go ahead preliminary and move forward. And that was triggered 4 years ago. So now any mining company can. And I actually think we're going to see China use that clause in the next few years. And so we are basically now in a situation where the US is going unilaterally, and ISA has kind of failed on its mandate and could be obsoleted, which would not be ideal.
Great. And I'll come back to you, talk a little bit more about that with you Marie. But first, Salim, you said that for much of your career, you've been looking at the impact of mining on communities and on the environment around communities. For regulators, their kind of key instrument is the impact assessments. Have we got a fit-for-purpose impact assessment which takes into account those systemic methodologies that you mentioned earlier for assessing deep seabed minerals?
Yes, I think actually we have, with reference to environmental regulations and frameworks, a really good track history, which we can actually learn from oil-producing countries like Saudi Arabia, but especially those oil-producing countries which do offshore oil production. And there's a very detailed methodology for how you do impact assessment in the deep sea, and especially places like in the Gulf of Mexico, where we've had very deep sea operations for oil extraction. And I should add that oil and gas extraction from the ocean, in terms of its impact, is far more hazardous in terms of like physical occupational hazard, as we saw with the deep water horizon accident. Such an accident you can't have with oceanic mineral production because you do not have the same kind of explosive aspects of some of the production with gas production particularly. So I think there is a lot which we can learn. And in terms of the impact assessment methodology, there's a lot which has been done. And that's one of the reasons why Norway, as a country, even though within Europe there has been a considerable skepticism about deep sea mining, the Norwegians have been more willing to, even in their own territorial waters, engage with this issue.
Great, thanks. And turning to you then, Marie, maybe you could reflect on a little bit what Oliver said about the process slowing down, or did he say grinding to a halt, and perhaps a parallel process? And also on the robustness of the ISA's methodology around getting stakeholders involved, which is always a criticism, very often is a criticism which is raised about the ISA. How do we bring in communities when there are no communities into the ISA system?
Yeah, sure. So at the moment, there is more than 100 of different civil societies organizations or NGOs, including a lot representing indigenous people that are really offered a lot of time to address their concerns, which are taken into consideration. The issue at the moment is really procedural because there is an imbalance between the different stakeholders involved in the process. For instance, I was referring to a technical issue that has emerged recently, which is that contractors, which are put on the equal footing as member states by the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea, are not given the floor directly to express or contribute to the discussion and the negotiation. So some of them have decided to form associations, and they've been denied the right to be fully recognized as stakeholder. And that really creates a lot of issues within the decision-making process, because as a UN organization, as long as you fulfill the requirement of stakeholders, there should not be any reason to deny your right to be heard and to be participating in the process. But for the last 2 years, you have a small group of countries that just on the issue of contractors being to have commercial vested interest should not be part of that process. So member states are not in agreement, and it's creating a lot of tension. But as we speak, the reality is that they have not resolved that issue, and that really undermines the entire process. The other point probably that I'm going to make is when you talk about the current situation with this emergence of call for moratorium or pause, at the end of the day, this had, I think, at short term, and we will see that very soon, but it had a counter effect because it has created a very radical politicization of the process, and the consensus-based process has been completely paralyzed, which means, in terms of UN negotiation, it means that you are antagonizing stakeholders once against each other. And that's why when Oliver talked about vacuum, this is exactly what we're seeing at the moment. You have the US, which until very recently are not member of ISA, but they have been extremely cooperative in the process. And now they are saying, okay, so this has been captured, that process has been captured by interests that are not necessarily constrictive to the majority. So in that case, we are reactivating our legislation, which was dormant, but which is operational, and there is a lot of debates on lawyers about that, but whether you like it or not, it is the case. That legislation exists and attracts a lot of people. As we speak, as far as I know, there are more than 12 commercial entities that have already submitted application to the US to compete with ISA in the international seabed area. And I see a lot of interest, a lot of investment coming in, and I'm not sure that the situation in which the member states in ISA, where they put themselves, are going to be able to resolve that situation in within a limited amount of time that is going to save ISA from itself, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, so we're in a very interesting moment. Just going back a little bit to how policymakers would assess the pluses and minuses of deep seabed mineral development, I want to turn a little bit to, we talked about some of the big countries and the big companies which are involved. Is this also an opportunity for smaller countries who are members of the ISA, who might not have their own natural resources, but have the right to sponsor developers? And how do we ensure, and is the ISA looking at the distribution of wealth which is generated? Presumably there's going to be winners and losers. How is the ISA thinking about that?
So essentially, you have two broad mechanisms. One is the fact that through the framework in place, small countries who didn't have the resources or the technical capacity to do so were really provided a lot of tools to be able to compete with big countries. And that is one of the problems, because when we talk about one of the triggered for the political situation is that one of the smallest country in the world, which is probably the smallest country in the world, which is Nauru, which is a small island developing state in the Pacific with 10,000 inhabitants, they had decided to become a sponsoring state. But they are now being told that they should not exercise their rights under the international treaty, which really creates a problem from that. Another aspect you have is that there is a full amount of discussion about benefit sharing. And this encapsulates the different size of the countries, the different level of advancement, with the optimal objective of redistributing their wealth in a way that it is fair. So it doesn't necessarily mean the same for everybody, but achieving fairness, equitable. And a few years ago, we had worked on the establishment of a common heritage fund that is now being completely reviewed by some countries, but which I think has inspired also Salim in working around this global mineral fund, trust fund, which is probably the future, is to ensure that you have mechanisms that locked out the options for small country to access the wealth and reinvest in capacity, technology, and being able to maintain and sustain that opportunities that are put in place on the first place.
That's great. So Salim, maybe we'll talk a little bit about that. In your systemic approach, you talk about comparing categories of categories. So maybe you can reflect a little bit on substitutability and whether one capital, if you want, again, that old economic frame, natural capital, economic capital, can we transfer those? Can we have offsets? Do those offsets have to be in kind on biodiversity? Or could they be around the economic rent from a sponsoring country, for example? And tell us a little bit more about your fund idea.
Trust idea. Yes, so I think one of the innovations of the ISA, and this is a unique organization. I mean, those of you who are interested in international organizations, the ISA is really quite unique to study because it's attempting to establish an international regulatory mechanism, an environmental regulatory mechanism, which does not exist with any other environmental treaty. The only comparison I can think of is the Convention on the International Trade of Endangered Species, where you can have enforcement action. But that also is dependent on the individual country where that action may be taken. Whereas here, you're trying to create it in international jurisdiction. When you're asking about this kind of a mechanism being able to have that transferability, it is quite unique in many ways, but it has innovations, for example, setting aside reserve areas, where if you are extracting and you have areas which have specific environmental features, you have to set aside an area with similar features. So that's built into the system. And then in terms of compensation mechanisms too, there are provisions, though they have not been fully matured, and Marie knows much more about this than I do, to compensate countries which might lose out from terrestrial mining in their areas. So the idea of a minerals trust, which we've been developing over the last year, and those of you who are interested, there's a TED Talk which I did on it. It's a 10-minute TED Talk, which happily has had about 500,000 hits. And it's about specifically the idea of a minerals trust. And the goal there is that we have to reduce tension between the West and the East about mineral resourcing, which we know that is there. So if you have a recognition that we need these minerals for the green transition, this is the common goal which we all share. We need the batteries for the green transition. We need the rare earths for the wind power magnets and so on. So why not have this mechanism where you can have these minerals then sold and traded through a trust, or what the UN Economic Commission for Europe has called a resource bank. They've used the term bank. I consider the trust a slightly more egalitarian concept and brings in much more of a collective approach. And so we are hoping that this will gain some traction. The goal is really to prevent conflict and a race to extract minerals from deposits which may not otherwise be economically viable. And people are just doing it for a security imperative. So this way you can have supply security and you can have environmentally responsible mining as well. And you are doing it through this mechanism where you could also have product take-back. So you could have a circular economy around it too. You could even lease metals, which is done. Metals are leased at times. When you have temporary uses of metals, you lease them and then you get them back. All of this could be managed through a trust. And I think we get inspiration from the ISA in terms of incubating these ideas earlier on to develop it.
Thanks so much. And Oliver, this is somewhat counterintuitive to have mining as a service. Another counterintuitive thing, which I think is one of your propositions, is that you'll actually leave minerals behind. Explain that a little bit to us, and how does that work economically for your business model?
Yeah, I mean, we want to support the precautionary approach, and so this is kind of why we've designed our tech to have the least impact. But ultimately, there are organisms like this octopus that lays its eggs on the nodules. If you remove all the nodules, it's not going to be able to lay its eggs. It's going to be impacted. And so because of our technology is a selective, we pick the nodules one by one. We can choose how much do we pick up. Do we pick 100% of them, or do we pick up 10%? And actually, we think 10% is a good number to start with. The resource areas are so large. Under the ISA framework, each concession is 75,000 square kilometers. That's the size of the country of Portugal. And the exploitation would be for 30 years with an extension for another 30. So, we think we can build a really big and successful business even by only taking 10%. And if you only take 10% of the nodules, you won't even be able to tell. A before and after, we have simulations on our website. You just literally will not even be able to tell that the mining has happened. And then, I do want to just come back quickly to kind of like smaller countries. Like, we were very lucky and grateful that we were able to get the Kingdom of Bahrain to sponsor our application. So we have an application in front of the ISA. That will be discussed and hopefully approved this year. And, that's the first GCC Arab nation to join 22 other countries. And I think the ISA is, in principle, an amazing thing of what it's trying to do. It's never, ever been in the history of our planet that there has been this organization that controls resources and actually taxes. We'll have to pay a royalty. This is pioneering work, and it could set the precedent for how do we do it in space as well. But unfortunately, it's been adopted by the NGOs. I completely agree. 2 years ago, we applied to be an observer like 100 of the NGOs, and we were rejected. So it's been completely captured by the NGOs and the countries that want to preserve their land-based mining. And as a result, you see the US administration using what they deem, and I do as well, a freedom of the ocean that predates UNCLOS to go and regulate.
Fantastic. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to wrap it up now, and I haven't had time to sum up, but 2-word response from each of you. When and where will deep-sea mineral mining, deep-sea mineral development start commercially? When and where?
So we're planning 2029 Clarendon-Clipperton Zone through one of our partners in that area, with Bahrain a few years later after we've done the environmental work.
So 2029 Clarendon-Clipperton Zone. Salim?
I would say realistically it's a decade away.
Well, I think it's less than 5 years away.
There, you heard it here, less than 5 years away, and we'll be commercially developing minerals in the Clarendon-Clipperton Zone and maybe some jurisdictions by 2029. Thank you all for coming, and thank you for my panelists.
Have the thumbs up. I have the thumbs up. We're about to start. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. My name is Dennis Gibson. I am the chairman of the Critical Minerals Association USA and have the privilege this afternoon to welcome you to a panel on building regional capabilities and skills in the critical minerals value chain. And I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting us to this panel session. Under this year's powerful theme, Dawn of a Global Cause, the forum reminds us that critical minerals are far more than resources. They are the bedrock of sustainable development, the energy transition, technological advancement, artificial intelligence, national security, and global prosperity. The urgent need to develop the midstream and downstream processing capacity in regions such as North America, South Asia, Middle East, and Africa is clear and widely acknowledged. However, significant gaps persist in capital availability, workforce skills, infrastructure, and regulatory alignment. Today, our panel will explore the practical, tangible steps needed to build a robust midstream and downstream capacity beyond concentrated supply chains, promoting supply resilience, greater local value addition, job creation for youth, knowledge transfer, and inclusive economic growth across supplier and consumer nations. Before diving into today's discussion on building regional capabilities and skills in the critical minerals value chain, allow me to introduce our distinguished panelists across the globe. They are not in order of how we seated, so I'll ask each person just to acknowledge who they are. Jeff Geipel, Managing Director of Mining Shared Value at Engineers Without Borders, a community of engineers working on systems change across global challenges aimed at ensuring more benefits of natural resource extraction stays in host countries and communities throughout increased local procurement. Thank you, Jeff. Saibzada Tariq, Chief Executive Officer and founder of TM Resources, a Pakistan-based company advancing critical minerals value chain. Dr. Alawi Swabari, founder and Chief Executive Officer of Africa Battery Initiative. Muna Buseta, a Senior Fellow at the Policy Center for the New South, a Moroccan think tank. Mr. Mzila Mtinjani, the CEO of the Minerals Council of South Africa. And last but not least, and most importantly, a representative from our host country in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Engineer Abdulaziz Al-Sheri, Chief Shared Services Officer at ESNAD. This diverse and accomplished panel perfectly embodies the cross-regional collaboration needed to expedite mid and downstream capabilities, and I look forward to a rich and insightful discussion. To start off the conversation, we'll start ladies first, and Muna Buseta, please tell us a bit about your organization, the policy of the New South, and then we will go into our questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for organizers for giving me this opportunity to take part to this important panel. So, Policy Center for the New South is a Moroccan think tank. It is conducting research and policy briefs in economic, social, and geopolitics. We have more than 40 senior fellows and 100 researchers. So we have Moroccan and international experts. What's our main objective is to bring a new narrative coming from South, from Africa, with own perspective, African perspective about global issues. So briefly, I can say this to present my organization.
Thank you very much. With that background, could you tell us what are the main challenges hindering the New South and the development of regional capabilities in the African critical minerals area?
Okay, thank you. I will start by, as you know, we know that critical minerals are very important for new technologies, clean energy, and that require a large amount of critical minerals. And we know also that Africa holds about 30% of deposits of critical minerals. But the situation, we see that we are facing many challenges, even that we have these resources, and that resources could contribute to the development and the impactful developments, both in economic and social. But the problem, I think the main issue, that's the level of processing is still very low. And according to Afreximbank, we have between 4% to 20% of the total mineral value that is really retained in Africa. So these challenges have many root reasons. First, we see that even that we attract foreign direct investment from 2016 to 2022, we have 13% of the global announced greenfield, particularly in metals and minerals, but only 26% are targeting manufacturing processing activities. And that is due to the strategy adopted by investors. We see some, like China, that are developing its own industrial strategy based on processing in-house the critical minerals. So they don't incentivize how downstream a large in the large scale in different countries. Another point I think which is very important is the level of integration, regional integration, because we know that some downstream project needs a level of scales to enhance the impact or the return of investments. Unfortunately, we know that trade in Africa is about, between countries in Africa, is just about 5%. Even that many countries are pushing to develop more integration, economic integration. We have the free trade agreements that allow us to enhance the level of trade, but we need logistics, cross-border logistics. We need to standardize different as I say, information about trade, exchange of information, more traceability, that is very important. So there are still many things to address in order to enhance the regional integration. The last point, and maybe we can after go for the solutions, the last point is for me, some critical minerals, they are depending on technologies, they are depending on how emerging sectors like batteries. So we see that the prices are not stable, and sometimes that creates a risk for countries, for investors. And we need, of course, to see how we can mitigate the risk. So for me, 3 levels of challenges that I see. Donc, low level of processing, which is due to the lack of capacities and capabilities. Second point, which is very important, is the regional integration, the low level of regional integration. And the third point is related to some emerging technologies which could impact the return of investment and the risks.
Perfect. Well, wonderful. Thank you very much. That actually really sets a good foundation of African hurdles and challenges. And I'd actually like to just move on to Dr. Alawi Swaburi from the African Battery Initiative and actually ask Dr. Alawi, you've been promoting EU-Africa cooperation on critical minerals and rare earths. What are the current challenges and opportunities in this regard related to Africa? Share a bit about that, please. Well, first of all, tell us about the ABI.
Yes, of course.
And then we will move on to the question.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. As already been said, my name is Dr. Alawi Swaburi from Tanzania. I'm leading the Africa Battery Initiative, which was found in order to promote the foreign direct investment from Europe, from Middle East, from the Gulf member country, Saudi Arabia, all the way to sub-Saharan Africa. So we are promoting those minerals which are needed for the energy transformation, the minerals which are needed for battery manufacturing. I mean, we are talking about lithium, we are talking about cobalt, we are talking about nickel, we are talking about graphite, we are talking about copper. So those are the minerals which are to be found in more than 22 African countries that we are representing. So the initiative of Africa Battery was just formed in order to promote foreign direct investment. And the second point is to make sure that those minerals are added value in Africa in order to create a job opportunity for young people, as well as to create skilling for young people in Africa, and to attract investors, in this case mainly from Saudi Arabia, to join hand with us in addressing those. So in answering your question about the challenge we have, of course, as my sister said already, the investment. So I think that we are at the right time and the right place here, where Saudi Arabia, has allocated maybe 15 billion to invest in critical minerals. So we are here to have a discussion with those people. And as far as Europe is concerned, we see a little bit of challenge when it comes to the policy and the bureaucracy. So there's a lot of bureaucracy, a little bit lagging behind when it comes to do fast investment, to be aggressive. So we hope this is going to be different from Saudi Arabia, which I hope, and then we see the difference in our partner in China. So this is more or less the answer to your question, that I'm living in Europe, in Germany, but we see some reluctance or some, not so aggressivity when it comes to investment in the critical minerals.
Thank you very much, and that's great insights in terms of what you are working on right now. And let's pivot to how we can maximize local benefits through procurement and skills, area where shared value creation is absolutely key. And this leads me to Jeff Geipel, Engineers Without Borders Canada. Jeff, tell us a bit about Engineer Without Borders and the specific area that you are working in with shared value.
Mining Shared Value is a program of Engineers Without Borders Canada, which is a non-profit organization. And our entire mission is to push and help the mining sector increase local procurement in host communities and countries. And we do this because if you look at the benefit pie from mining, procurement is by far the largest piece. It's usually about 50 to 70% of all spending in country by a mining company is on procurement. So that's what we do.
So getting very specific now in terms of Mining Shared Value, a program focusing on the local procurement and the services, how does this fit into the discussion of investment and skills in the critical minerals value chain?
So we're really excited about this new focus across the Global South on trying to add more value to minerals. But we want to kind of provide some sort of, caution on that and suggest potentially that in many cases, actually going backward into local supplying industries to the mine is actually a much more economically viable strategy than trying to focus on refining and seeking to process minerals into products. Of course, we want to see the downstream processing of mined minerals in sub-Saharan Africa and other regions, but Just a couple points, or a couple case studies. Australia, for example, which of course has all the technology and skills in the world, still exports almost all of its iron ore raw, right? It doesn't make economic sense for it to try to make steel in Australia, where there are very few steel purchasing industries on a large scale. Likewise, the second largest refiner of copper in the world is Japan, and Japan does not have a single copper mine. So what this shows is that the presence of the mineral in a country is not the only or even the key factor in whether it makes sense to try to process minerals. And so while we take a lot of inspiration from countries like Indonesia, for example, who have recently been successful in creating downstream processing of nickel, it's important to remember that Indonesia also tried to do the same thing with bauxite and failed. So it's very difficult to achieve the economies of scale and what is required economically to make downstream linkages work. And so kind of what we're trying to stress is that many of these countries should also, or perhaps instead, be looking at improving the local procurement by the mining sector that exists already. And so, for example, Ghana, this is a country we worked in for 3 years with GIZ. They are trying, or they're talking about trying to refine lithium in Ghana, but to date they are still importing almost everything required by the mining sector. So very relatively basic manufacturers such as grinding media, activated carbon, hard hats, all sorts of products they are still importing. And so we would argue that a country like Ghana should be focusing on trying to get that right, and then potentially moving down into the downstream processing, if that makes sense. And again, it might not make sense, but at the very least, we feel the opportunity cost of trying to focus on downstream linkages is that you may actually be overlooking opportunities upstream that create more revenue and more jobs in the short term. So that's sort of our, we're trying to support countries and companies to do this, but again, with a bit of caution on focusing too much downstream.
Well, excellent. That's really excellent in terms of integrating local suppliers, Jeff. This leads naturally to practical implementation in resource-rich but constrained regions where beneficiation and skills could be or are actually critical. So I'd like to hand over to Saibzada Tariq from TM Resources. First of all, tell us a bit about TM Resources, and then we'll head into a question or two for you.
Assalamu alaikum, and very good afternoon to everybody present, distinguished panelists, fellow delegates. I'm Saibzada Tariq, and my company, TM Resources, I'm a CEO and co-founder. We are involved in critical minerals development with a strong focus on antimony and other strategic minerals across Pakistan. And our work follows the entire value chain from mineral development to beneficiation, followed by smelting and then downstream integration. And we have a strong emphasis on building regional capabilities, skill set development, and a strong focus and value for joint ventures. These are all required to have a strong global supply chain required for the development of critical minerals that are required.
Excellent. Well, what practical steps can resource-rich but capacity-constrained regions take to move beyond raw materials exports and develop local beneficiation, smelting, and skilled workforces that meet international standards in the critical minerals value chain?
We have to follow a sequential order to proceed and follow. The most important thing is to have human resource development. We have to have trained geologists, metallurgists, ESG specialists. Along that, you have to have small modular plants. If we speak about antimony, it's, I think, one of the hottest mineral globally at the moment. And for antimony, you don't have to go after capital-heavy plants. Start small, fail small. And usually in our region, most of the antimony mines are small vein mines, which produce few hundred kgs of ore on a daily basis. So you can start having a small, say, a 1 ton ingot producing mine, smelter. And if you look at the global values, if you sell a 40% antimony ore by today's standard, you will get around $4,000 plus or minus. And if you sell an ingot, probably you would be able to sell it for like a 30,000 to 40,000 price range, depending if the market is Rotterdam or Baltimore. Yeah. So an ingot selling for, say, $35,000, and the ore goes for $4,000. You need to have 2.5 tons of ores to make an ingot. And if you make an ingot, you can be selling it for $35,000. So just investing $10,000 for procurement, and then $5,000 for processing, and you can see this is an opportunity that has not been seen or heard before, and you can do it small.
Yeah.
And the same approach can be followed for copper, for other critical minerals. And I think this is the direction that should be followed to help the global supply chain from a basic start. And then you can always scale up on your success. You can learn from your mistakes and, move ahead.
Excellent, excellent. Well, that's real valuable frontline insights from Pakistan, Tariq. To broaden this in terms of Africa, let's hear from South Africa, from our representative from South Africa on advocacy and transformation. Mzila Mtinjani, the CEO of the Minerals Council of South Africa. Tell us a bit about the Minerals Council of South Africa first off, and then we'll get into a question for you, sir.
Dennis, thank you very much for your question. And perhaps in responding, I'm not going to start exactly where you asked me to, but maybe just wanted to set a context, in terms of making reference to the theme of this conference. Maybe let me just wait for that.
Can we just feedback? Let's just wait if they can sort out.
Okay, is that better?
Feedback.
Or maybe I should just keep quiet. Looks like I'm causing the.
Nzila?
Is that better? Okay, fantastic. Thank you. So, the theme of the conference is actually something that really attracted me to the conference this year: the dawn of a global cause and the minerals for new age development. And in my view, this is a theme that actually locates Africa at what I call the epicenter of the global cause for two reasons. The first one, I think first and foremost, Africa, I think, is known to host, about 30%, if not more than 30% of the global critical minerals. And these are the minerals that are going to be required not only for the energy transition, but we've seen how the technological transformation that is happening is also in huge need of these minerals, such as rare earth minerals and so on. And the second and most important reason for me is that this then provides Africa with a huge opportunity to leverage this time that it finds itself in for its own economic development and playing a role in the transition as well as the transformation. And so that brings me then to talk about the Minerals Council. Minerals Council, as an association within the country and similar to many other associations around the world, is one of the key players in terms of where we find ourselves with this global energy transition, in terms of the role that we play in dialogue with government, in terms of ensuring policy capability and policy certainty. And so as the Minerals Council, we represent in South Africa about 70 members who operate across and mine approximately 15 different minerals, all of them which are found in South Africa, and some of them also outside in the rest of the continent, but we represent their South African operations. And as a collective, these members represent about 6% of South Africa's GDP, as well as more than 90% of South Africa's mining production by sale. So we believe we're quite a significant entity that has a huge impact on South Africa's economy and our exports consist of close to 40 to 50% of South Africa's South Africa's exports. And so that is the role that the Minerals Council plays. And I should also mention that we're also a member of what we call the Mining Industry Association of Southern Africa. And this is where I would like to place an emphasis on the regional cooperation, which was mentioned by previous speakers, and the role that we play in terms of how we can get much greater cooperation and coordination in the different regions in the continent, because that has significant opportunities, some of which have been mentioned. But one or two that I can mention is that we've seen how different countries in Africa are all going for the same thing, value add, beneficiation, but each one of these countries is too small to be a market for that product, given the amount of capital that is required to be invested. And so I think to the extent that countries collaborate and work together and coordinate and consolidate on some of the mineral production in one location, they can collect significant markets, which I believe can then attract the kind of capital that is required, not just for value add, but for some of the key enablers for that value add, such as electricity, logistics in terms of roads and rail, and that logistics will play an important role not only in country but also ensuring that these products reach the end markets.
Okay, excellent. In terms of, can you share with us the regional advantages that South Africa has with respect to shoring the critical minerals value chain?
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that question. So the Minerals Council used to be called the Chamber of Mines of South Africa. It is an organization that is more than 135 years old, and I think that speaks to the depth and the history of mining in the country. It's an industry that was built on gold, and as a result, and with the amount of gold that we mined, we reached a peak of about 1,000 tons in 1970, and currently we're producing about 10% of that, about 100 tons. But that depth of mining continues to exist in South Africa, which can be leveraged into other commodities. There's huge similarities amongst the different commodities that are found. The knowledge and exploration, from geophysics to exploring and to actually translating those prospects into mining, those are skills that we have exported to countries like Saudi Arabia. We are currently also in partnership with the CSIR from a research development perspective as a Minerals Council, but many of our members are also partnered with many academic institutions and other research institutions on these very areas of processing and mining and improving safety. And this is building key capabilities, but I think what is worth mentioning is that I think this was mentioned at the ministerial roundtable, that there's centers of excellence around the world which have been established, and South Africa and Morocco are two of those on the African continent that have been established. And in South Africa, through the CSIR, it's a center of excellence for purposes of skills development, and then I think in Morocco it's on sustainability. So I think it's important to bear in mind that in this conversation, we're not talking about what is still an intention and something that will happen in the future. We're actually talking about things that are already happening. Yep. And this is quite encouraging. And for the investors in the room, I think what is worth mentioning is that I think Africa, if I can speak on behalf of Africa, is really putting a lot of effort in terms of individual countries, but also regions in as far as improving and reducing the risk for investing. And I think that should play an important role in attracting capital and reducing the cost of capital.
Okay, thank you very much. And to wrap up this round, I'd actually like to invite Abdulaziz Al-Sheri, the Chief Shared Services Officer of ESNAD, to tell us a bit about ESNAD, first of all, and then I will go on to a question for you, sir.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation, and I'm very honored to be a part of this panel. It's good to see friends and colleagues and guests. So ESNAD is a government-owned company. It's the executive arm for the Ministry of Industrial and Mining Resources. We're 5 years old in terms of age. We started in around 2020. What we do is we provide services to the sector, to the mining sector, enablement for the mining sector to flourish and bring and help investors to operate within Saudi. So what we do is we try to digitize the services being provided to the investors to understand the journey for the investors to operate within Saudi from the start, hopefully, until they close the mine. So we review your status, we help you to get a license. And in some cases, we facilitate even the funding services for you through our regulation. And also, we make sure you're compliant with the environment. As an investor, we check on you every now and then to make sure everything is okay through a set of regulation that we have and make sure that you're aligned with it. We have call centers to help and listen to the investors and their need and try to facilitate solution for obstacles that exist today. Since the mining is having a new transformation, trying to achieve certain goals, being the third pillar of the Saudi economy.
Thank you very much. And just to add on to that, and I was not familiar with ESNAD, despite the fact that I've seen the organization mentioned in a lot of places. So it's really great to have that background. Thank you for sharing. A question in terms of how can ESNAD help the mining sector to have better capacity and capability that would actually help us open up and have an impact on the critical minerals sector?
So I think the existence of ISNAD is just one of those initiatives to help the sector flourish, and regardless of what domain. The operation was used to be within the ministry itself, and being a regulatory, that takes a lot of time for you to operate, maneuver, and be flexible. ISNAD existence is one of those major initiatives to help and be agile and to listen to the investors and try to facilitate within that domain. On top of that, the ministry has approved a certain regulation for investors to operate within Saudi, and they have publicly listed those regulations, and also they go to a different forum to make sure that it exists and people are aware of it. Third, I would say making sure that there are partnership and sustainable partnership. And this is through organization, creation of organization, through, for example, Ma'aden or subsidiary of Ma'aden, or under a BIF, Public Investment Fund. So they have created companies that working within the same domain of critical minerals. So we have AI companies, we have AV companies. So to make sure that we are trying to dismantle the technology of the processing the critical mining of minerals within the value chain of Saudi. Now we have the demand, we have the supply, we are more of a, I would say, producer, but not so much in terms of processors. So we're trying to dismantle the whole journey to make sure we are capable, enabling each station to have an impact within the whole value chain. And then it goes to the people side. Mining is not so attractive, not so sexy, in maybe globally, but in Saudi it was forgotten for quite some time. And until I would say 7 years back, where the direction is there, part of the vision is to have that sector as a priority. And creating the forum that we are in today is part of those initiatives, where we create a center of expertise Dennis, I think this is maybe the 5th time for you to be here, and I think your being here the 5th time, it means that they created an impact. And I hope that goes to everyone else. So having the expertise within that domain and that forum, that will create partnership, that will localize the expertise within Saudi with time. It takes a bit of time, but we're, inshallah, going there shortly. Maybe another point about the people, and I think that's a point we discussed before that I would like to emphasize on. Even university, before they didn't used to have a mining as part of their agenda. Now we're talking to different universities within Saudi. We have the mining part of a degree, a formal degree that you need to take in different universities to make sure we localize and have the set of skills that we need for the near future. Also, not on just a bachelor degree or higher degree, even for the technical people that they need to move and operate within a minimum set of skills. Also, we're working on that initiatives with different partnership with different institutes. So different themes, different direction to make sure we're trying to cover everything. It will take a lot of time from Saudi, but I think small steps in each agenda will help us to reach our vision within that domain.
Wow.
Thank you very much. And every time I come to Saudi Arabia, I just learn so much more. And the enthusiasm of the Saudis and the people in Saudi Arabia is just absolutely spectacular. Enthusiasm and the relationship, the hospitality is just awesome. So thank you very much for having us come to your country once again. I would like, in terms of giving each person a final round of wrapping up now, unfortunately, but I'll start with you, Mzila. I'll let you make your comment first, and then we'll do the final wrap up in terms of specific action plans that we should be taking to actually make a difference in this particular area.
Thanks, Dennis. And I think my parting shots will really refer to what Aziz has just shared with us, because I was listening to him with envy in terms of what they've been able to achieve in KSA. And it's something that we often talk about in South Africa and in the rest of the continent in terms of this concept of a one-stop shop. And I think you really elevated that capability and caliber of what a one-stop shop should be in as far as how government within itself works together. But I think the other important thing is, I think a government having a market outlook. Firstly, two markets that I picked up from what you're saying. Firstly, end use in terms of the products from mining that are important. You know, you're not just mining for the sake of getting things out of the ground, but you've got to have a clear concept of where they're going to be used. And then the second and most important market outlook is capital markets, and therefore the investor community, and understanding what the needs of the community, of that community will be for them to be able to invest the amounts of capital that are required, not just for mining, but also for the enabling infrastructure, for the skills development. And I think that requires a long-term outlook, which is then divided into short-term steps in terms of what needs to be done to eventually achieve that vision. We're seeing some of that, and I think we just need a little bit more momentum in terms of the continent, and that's going to enable a lot of the partnerships that we're already seeing happening between Saudi and the rest of the world.
Thank you. And I'll start at the end, -1.
Okay.
Ladies first again, just in terms of
Maybe two main ideas, if I can
the
share
rep.
them.
Thank you.
First one, no African countries can develop full mineral value chain alone. So regional integration must be based on strategic partnership, starting with corridors, clusters, reducing inter-African logistics costs, and improving cross-border infrastructure. That's, for me, the first idea. The second idea, we need a new age of policy, industrial policy for valorization of critical minerals in Africa. And it should be supported by facilities, energy, water, logistics, but also with focusing on selective added value addition, diversification of use, green and digitalization. I think we have to make effort on that, and of course, sustainability, skills, and that other factor that we have mentioned in our panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Jeff, to you, sir.
Yeah, I think there's two broad areas. One, and they're linked. One is finance, and two is proper laying out of all the opportunities and doing feasibility studies for them. I think we need to get past obsession with one goal, whether it be batteries or a supplying sector. Let's lay out how many jobs and how much income will be created by a battery plant versus a grinding media factory versus an activated carbon facility. Lay them out, and then decide where we should invest through the government support as well as seeking investment abroad. And so I think having host country governments focus on investment promotion agencies with the knowledge that I just laid out of saying we've looked at all the opportunities to create jobs and income from mining, and these are the top 10, and seek financing for them, instead of sort of kind of picking potential supplying sectors and processing sectors kind of without a larger picture. So that's what I would say we need to do.
Thank you very much. Dr. Alawi?
Yeah, thank you very much. On my point, I would like to emphasize the collaboration between Africa, using the geographic proximity between Saudi Arabia and Africa. So for that purpose, I'm using the opportunity which we have, when it comes to finance, using the Saudi fund which is available for investment in our area. So the collaboration between a Saudi entity and this African, we have more than 3,000 critical mineral concessionaires who are looking to collaborate with the investors from Middle East. So, this collaboration is something that I would like to put emphasis on.
Thank you very much. Very succinct and very important point there. Thank you. Tariq, your rep point?
Yeah, I would say that the industry has to look and follow in the footsteps of companies like Barrick Gold. They have taken the risk of going into high political risk jurisdictions. Barrick Gold is a giant. We need all the other companies at different capacities and different levels to come in and do the same, replicate that. Mm-hmm. Because without technology transfer, without investment, and without developed protocols, mineral development, mineral processing, and the supply value chains, the problems cannot be addressed. And a lot of people, when they look at mineral-rich regions, such as Pakistan, when they Google it, oh, the risk index is too high, and they say no. Mm-hmm. I've met a lot of people today in the stands, and they just told me that they were contacted by companies to come in and do certain work. And when they checked the index, the company said, no, don't go. Mm-hmm. Now, what you see on media is one thing. It's very different from the reality on the ground. There are risks, there have been incidences, but media highlights and add a lot of color and flavor to the news. So I think it's time to look at ground realities, do the bold move, come on ground, and be part of a region that's very rich in minerals but has a lot of capacity constraints. Yep. And by doing so, I think what is required globally to fight the global problems we have in terms of pollution, in terms of climate control, EVs, that can all be resolved only by having enough supply chain capacity to fulfill the requirements we need.
Thank you. Thank you. So getting on ground is really important, because often we just look at maps and so forth, and there's nothing that changes your mind more or actually influences you more than getting on the ground. And that's the thing that I encourage people, come to the kingdom and get on the ground here, and a lot of your misperceptions potentially will be changed. Mzila, very briefly, action point from you, and then I'm going to wrap with our host.
Sure. At the risk of repeating what has already been said, I think from an association such as the Minerals Council perspective, continuing to play an important role in the dialogue with government in as far as ensuring policy certainty in various dimensions is something that we need to continue to intensify, reinforce, and drive. And that is really where the big issue is, where South Africa is concerned and where the African continent is concerned. Just providing for that policy certainty, I think that will go a long way to driving investment in the continent.
Thank you. Very, very succinct. And I'm going to ask Abdulaziz a very specific question in terms of what are the main opportunities for companies seeking to engage with ESNAD in support of Vision 2030? We're looking at something practical. What can we do? What can those who are interested in terms of investing, how do they engage with you, and what can be done to support investment?
Right. So investors are welcome to check the website, and then we have the SGS website, which is where you will see the potential minerals that we have, the location of it, and the opportunities where you can try to be part of that transaction or investment opportunity. Now, ISNAD is more of a regulatory. We're working with AI satellite to make sure about the inspection compliance of mining in a different area. Saudi is a big country, so for us, we would love to have a big investment within the AI. I think that would be one of the main opportunity for us. Learning from how to enhance our evaluation within the license itself as an organization. How do they do the evaluation as a benchmark? I think that's a good opportunity for us to learn how do they do that. Also, investors enablement initiatives with PPP, more of a model. I think that will help a lot. SGS opportunities, how we invest within the communities that we operate in, and to understand what could be maybe simple with a high impact initiative. I think that is something that I would like to learn more about. I think that's it is maybe one of the, I would say, list. Maybe I've missed some. I have never thought about it, but I think this is what comes to my mind.
Thank you very much, and I really appreciate that insight from you. Well, it's time. We have actually gone over time, panelists. So we thought that we'd struggle in terms of content, but there's been so much. So I'd really like to thank each one of our panelists.
I have a request for you. First, I would like to thank you all. We, ISNAD, as a host, co-organizer of this event, thank you for sharing your wisdom and thought and expertise. We enjoy and love having you here in the forum in Saudi in general. We're enjoying having guests, honestly, in Saudi. Please enjoy Saudi, enjoy Riyadh. Do not be shy to go and visit and ask the locals. They will help you a lot. They will guide you where to go. Enjoy the sightseeing, the areas that here in Riyadh, Diriyah. I think you will enjoy it. You will love what you see. Do not go back to the hotel. Just go outside and enjoy it. And also, we have a booth in the forum there, ISNAD. If you have any questions, you want to have a clarity on more further points, please pass by. I would love to help you and give you more clarity on your thoughts, or maybe advices that you want to give us. We're here to listen and learn from you guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Take a picture. So could we have
Do we take a picture? Yeah.